Well, hey there. This is stream number 310. And I hope I didn't forget to do anything for this stream. Starting it up, I think everything is all set up. I was experimenting with a gaming stream setup. And so now I have two profiles in OBS, and now I have another thing I need to make sure I do before I start streaming. Otherwise, I'm going to accidentally stream onto the other channel. So today I want to continue working on adding item containers to my game, and I was working on the concept of opening containers and interacting with them. Last time I touched the code, the containers in my game will be items that have an extra component called container, and that component will hold the entity IDs of the other items held in that inventory in that container, and treated similarly to the player's inventory. Let me get the game loaded here. So here I have a box, and it has a container component with an item reference inside. So it's ready to be looked at. I just need to add the capability for a player to do that. I'll log in as a normal player here. Oh, how did I die? There's 715209. How are you today? Hey, what happened to my shortcuts? There, TS Just. My shortcuts got removed. Oh, maybe this is the good time to use my restore from backup on Yada. Let's do that. That was under settings, backup, restore, right? Let me restore my backup of Yada settings, because it seems to have been wiped. I'm glad I made this backup now. Oh, what's that? 16 months? I haven't finished watching the Witness VOD yet. You don't have to watch it. Only if you like it. So now my shortcuts are back. I'm really happy that I backed this up. Only it reset chat, so I have to manually type this. This is how much I like 715209, that I'm typing it manually. There we go. Hope you folks are doing great today. Yeah, so I did a lot of streaming over the weekend on the new gaming stream. Yeah, there's one more at least. One that so I have 7 unlocked in the game, and there's one that I unlocked, but I need to deflect it with the mirror, and I haven't done that yet. So I have no idea what happens when you have more than enough lasers pointing to it. 11? Did not know that. Okay, respawn. Okay. I must have been demonstrating combat and I got killed there, right? Probably. So there's the box I want to open. I can look at the box, and it puts the character in interaction mode, but doesn't show anything yet. I have lots more to stream. It's getting slower, though, because I'm getting to the point where I can't solve stuff right away. Actually, I wonder if I was like that through the whole game. Yeah. So I guess I have more. All right. I thought I was getting, like, near the end of the game, but then I unlocked more. And I'm like, oh, there's more underground. Okay, starting up the stream. So I want to assess the state of the code which deals with item or container interaction. Hey there, Romania. Hey, I'm going okay. I had to restore my Yada settings, which I'm glad I backed up last week, because it got wiped for some reason. I'm not exactly sure how or why it got wiped, but I backed it up and was able to restore them just now. All right. Why is this window super huge right here? No, that's better. All right. Okay, did I have some code not yet checked in? Do not. I checked it all in. Let me look at the last change, since it's been a few days. Work in progress, adding container and container information. Okay. So I added a look input mode. I added a look game system. We cleared the player interaction. This one's escaping dialogues. Actually, this I realize now is the wrong thing to do because the escaping dialogues actually clears the player interact list, and I think that interact list is best used for when we're talking, like interacting with NPCs. So, or interacting with dialogues. So I think I'm actually going to have a different kind of interaction for container, so that it's independent of the dialogue system. So I'm probably going to undo these changes here first. In fact, let's do that right now as we're going through the code. Hey, the Toulouse, how are you today? Oh, I didn't mean to do that one. I meant to do the hey. The hey is right next to the shout out, and sorry about that. I don't think actually Toulouse streams, but you know who does stream is Failed to Survive. You should definitely check that channel out. There's all sorts of cool things going on there. Toulouse would be right up your alley to watch Failed to Survive. Nothing going on for that Toulouse channel, yeah. Although someday, who knows? All I can say about having two streams so far is it's a little bit weird to have one stream not have the same options as the other, and to have to remember to switch OBS profiles. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. My bot is only in one stream and not the other. And I thought about that. If I put it in the other, then it's a whole new command set, and I'd have to host my bot somewhere else. So yeah, it's a little weird. Okay, this is one of the changes I want to remove, actually, I think. Let me go see that. That's an ECS CPP line 668. ECS CPP. That one correct. Yeah, then line 668. Wait a minute. Am I in the right file? I don't see the add. Oh, wait a minute. I already did this. Undo part of previous commit. Is that your pin code? It could be. It's amazing. It's the same combination I have on my luggage. Okay, so I already did this undoing of the code which clears the interact list when you exit a dialogue, because it clears. What is this? Yeah, clears the interact when you leave a dialogue, because this action actually causes the other thing to happen as a side effect. Okay, so I've already done that part. Good. So then what else do I want to review here? Oh, there you go. The bot remembers. Your name is also random. Alright, player look, make command. Right, I chose to make it an event of type look. Look, player look. And then I think, yeah, I took the dialogue CPP and just cloned it and renamed it to look. Okay, so here's some of the stuff I need to change. So right now it's using the interact component. I think I want to make it a separate component. I think what I'll do is just call it the look component. And then that will right now be a list. Just like the interact is. Yeah. I think that's the first thing I want to do. So let me put that in the current task. Hey there, Yuri. Is the overlay making popping noises? Oh, I forgot to turn that off. Sorry. Yeah, that's one of those things I forgot to undo. So now it's gone. Should be no popping sounds. I had audio from B2, which is Firefox, routed to the stream. And okay, I turned it off as it happened. I don't know if you heard it, but I had it on because one of those sounds in my gaming stream, but now that I'm back on the coding stream, I want them off. Plop. You're not hearing the plops anymore, hopefully. The plops are from Yada, the chat client I use. I have it configured to make a sound whenever someone chats. That way I get a audio reminder that I should be looking at chat. Okay, so I already assessed this code, right? We're going to be set up a separate component. This is probably too long. Separate component for tracking with a player container. Player container state. Well, how about player look state? Or we'll just call it look state, right? I'm wondering if I should use a look component on both the player and the item in the game. So here's some visual reference again. Player, item. Player, item. When we're looking into the box, should both of these have a look component to track that the other is looking at it? Or can I have the box leverage its interact list? You know what? I'm going to keep them separate for now. Oh, someone redeemed Pet the Cat? Okay, all right, hold on. We have to do this. Camera off for a second. He had zero reaction to that. Oh, I also have that uptime down there, and I forgot to start the timer. See, there's all these things I've been forgetting to do. I'm adding this new timer so people don't have to know how long the stream has been going. So already we've gone 12 minutes, 30-something seconds. So start. So now, right there's a little uptime counter. Yep. Should be pretty close now. So thank you for redeeming those points, TS Josh. The cat got some pets out of it. Global FPS. It's an old camera, so I think I have it set to like 5 frames per second or something. I am a streamer, Soulshine. Hello. How are you doing? I am a year and 3 months or so. Oh, thank you for the follow, Soulshine. I'm about a year and 3 months into doing coding live on Twitch, and I'm 1 day into doing gaming on Twitch. I have a gaming channel now, which no one's watching because it's brand new. Super tired? Yeah, it is Monday. The thing is also, my kids have the day off, but I'm like, should I take the day off? Well, people who work don't get the day off, so I guess I should continue working. Hey, there's Slickver. Why is the contrast so off? In what? Between me and the cat? Different cameras, and also different lighting. Lighting is really tricky. Yeah, I have a gaming channel. Should I shout out my own gaming channel? It feels weird. But I've been playing The Witness, which is a several years old game that I'd never heard about until a couple days ago. The game. Pogs is the game. Oh, Pogs the game? What was that? I heard an... Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. I have the other overlay on. How do I turn it? Wait a minute, it shouldn't be on in this scene. Oh, that's wacky. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure... I think I have my OBS set up so that the overlay for the other stream is active even when I'm doing this one. Yeah, we shouldn't have heard that. Eek! I thought when you are in a scene that doesn't include a source, that source is off. Apparently it's still on. Interesting. So does that mean I have to include it in the scene, but then turn it off? Let me do that really quick. Add browser source existing from the other channel, and then I'll turn it off. Off. Okay, so now we won't hear those little gling, gling, gling from stream elements in the other channel because it's off. All right. Wait, what? Yeah, that was a follower noise. So hopefully we don't hear it anymore though. Something new I learn about OBS every day. Such a good stress. We're talking about I've never heard of this game, Pogs. That's the name of the game, Pogs? Both of the cameras, the contrast is off? I think the cat camera contrast looks okay. It's just at a weird angle. It's pointing straight down. For me, the contrast is probably weird because the lighting is challenging where I'm sitting. Players take turns throwing their slammer down to the top of the stack, causing it to spring up and the milk caps to scatter. Each player keeps any milk caps to land face up. Oh, okay, that kind of a game. Huh, alright. We're going to try to separate the component state for tracking the look state. So that was still in this, right? So that's look CPP. And it didn't have a unit test, did it? No, I would think I was lazy and didn't have one. So I should probably add one. That was probably in my notes from Friday, too. Currently no test to make sure you can't move while interacting with other guests, so... I know why this was happening. It was because we were changing the player component. And... This has to do with the interact stuff being a side effect, so... Yeah, we're going to try to fix all these today. Alright, so let me actually do the right thing and make a test for the look system. We'll base it off of the dialogue tests. So there will be a dialogue, and I need to add a look to that. Yeah, let's not assume genders now. I make that mistake all the time. I say like, "How are you guys?" or how stuff like that, where I have to get used to using gender-neutral pronouns so as not to assume. Okay, so look. Let's just rename this. Games look system. It's 2020 now. Guys is gender neutral, but it's on the borderline of being not. You felt accomplished yesterday? I know you found a whole bunch of bugs in my game. Which I appreciate. This got mangled. I appreciate you looking for bugs in the game, but I also feel a little bit bad that it might be a waste of your time because there are going to be a lot. Okay, this is bad. There's going to be a lot of bugs now because it's such a work in progress. Like, my GitHub alone, the ones I know about are 160 something, and those are the ones I bothered to write down. Actually, why am I replacing these? I'm just going to get rid of these anyway. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. Oh, and I forgot to say hi to Yuri as well. Hello. Let's bring this one out. Okay. I'm shuffling windows on the side, by the way. Your BTTV broke? What? Oh, I added a few more BTT emotes to my channel. I think Pog should work now. Why does Pog not work? Poggers? Uh-oh. BTT broken right now? Wonka S worked. Okay, I don't know if it's BTTV, or maybe those are FFZ emotes, or if Yada's misbehaving. Anyway, I won't worry about emotes today. I've got to worry about my own code. It needs me. My code needs me. All right, okay, so this... Let's repurpose this to be look at container. So this will not be an NPC, it'll be a container. Right, this we don't need. Look at the container. Oh, right, the container will have a look component as well as it should also be actually it doesn't need to be an item. In fact, maybe that's how I make chests immovable in the game. They just aren't items. They're containers but not items. I think that's what I'm going to do. So we'll put the position, put the container in the world. And we don't have an interact list, right? That is this look list. Player who is sitting next to the container, and we don't need an interact list for the NPC. Oh, but I do need a look for the player. That's true. It is Mr. Muffles. Or is it Mermuffles? Mermuffles. You guys. Oh, I did it again. I said guys. But yeah. It reminds me of learning French where you had to know the everything had a gender. Not just people, but inanimate objects had genders. And then mixed groups of people had gender attachment. So like if there was one male in a group, you use the male spelling and pronunciation. It had to be all females for you to use the female one. The most sexist language I know is French. Most languages have that. When I remember learning and thinking, this is really sexist. Why don't we just have a third set of pronouns for mixed gender? Why does it have to be male just because there's one guy in there? Called cars. It's true. We also call ships are female, and in some books they reverse it, sort of make it different. What was it? In J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, the sun is female and the moon is male. I think those things are interesting. All right, I'm getting too distracted. We're not doing talk, we're doing look. Okay, the container has container, look, and position, and the player has player, position, and look. Let me reorder these so that they make more sense. And then when we invoke the system, have the player look, it should modify not the interact, but the look component of both. The player and the container. To add the container to the player's look, and add the player to the container's look array. And do I want that? Don't know if I want an event, actually. Applaud those that don't use tabs. Yeah, I've been burned with inconsistent alignment due to mixed tabs and spaces, and I hate that. So now I just do spaces only. Pro coders use tabs. I would say you're a pro coder if you use tabs consistently. What I had a real problem with working with other people's code is they were sloppy and they would start with a file that's all spaces and they would just add lines that have tabs in them. That's what I have a problem with. I have no problem if you want to use tabs, just use them consistently. If you want to use spaces, use them consistently. Consistency is the important thing. Who cares if you use spaces or tabs, as long as you're consistent. You press the tab key, but it turns it into spaces? Well, that's the setting of your editor. Yeah, and I can convert tabs to spaces really easily, right? Tabs to... There we go. Now we're doing tabs. Look at that. Now it's all tabs. Now it's all spaces. It's like, it's a trivial to swap between tabs and spaces as long as you're consistent with it. There are issues depending on the Git version you use with tabs. I didn't know that. Tabs should always be used for indentations. It's like you can display the code whatever way you like. That's true, as long as you don't do something like this. Like some people will, how do I show a nice example of this? Some people will take that and then say, well, I really should indent these lines to where this one ends, right? You see the problem here? If my tabs are 4 spaces, I have to mix tabs with spaces again to get this kind of alignment, right? Otherwise, it's going to look like that if it was tabs, right? Or even worse, if someone changes from 4 to 8 spaces, these are going to get total, like these will actually be, if these are 2 manual spaces in there, they'll be off by 6, I think. They would look up. In fact, look at that. It's putting tabs in there. Why is it putting tabs in? Did I screw up the editor when I was converting to tabs before? Looks like I did. Okay, how do I turn off tabs then? To space. Convert indentation to spaces. There we go. That would have been embarrassing. Start putting tabs in my own file. That's why I have the show white space on. I saw immediately that I was putting in a tab. Indent tabs to the same column as JSON and use spaces. So you would never, so if you use tabs, you would never use this style of continuation from one line to the next, right? Because this you cannot represent in only tabs because it's 4, 4, 4, and then the last one's 2. I don't like to use this style anyway, because let's say you added, let's say you named this CJSON object everywhere. Now you just screwed up your alignment. You have to go through and all these places you have to add another space, and I hate that. Silly pet peeves of programmers. Why is this wrong? Oh, because some of this is not defined, this stuff. You indent it to the same column level as JSON, then use spaces after that to align things. So you would mix your tabs and spaces. Is that what you're saying, DS Jost? Are you admitting to such a heresy as to mix tabs with spaces? Yeah, but in reality, you wouldn't align things because alignment's unnecessary. So yeah, the tabs philosophy would sort of hammer into you that we don't use spaces to align or tabs to align because it would end up being inconsistent at some point, so you just don't do it, right? I have no problem with using tabs instead of spaces as long as it's consistent. Let me say that 500 more times. All right, looking in a direction we're adding to this look, and do I want to start this as an event or do I just want to do the thing? I think I would rather actually convert it to be an event. So I accidentally capitalized these. These should be lowercase. This should be container. So it acts like dialogue in a lot of ways then. Since your editor converts your tabs to spaces, sometimes you align with extra spaces. You're a space guy? Yep. Yes. You're a spaces guy. A pro coder. Okay. Do I want to do the same thing here? Look at container. Look at nothing. Look at nothing. Or look at non-container. Yeah. So what do I want to call this thing if it's not a container? I'm going to say tree or something. And look at a tree. So it won't have an NPC component at all. It would just have a position. Position of the tree. It doesn't matter if it has a look component at all, actually. Let's just delete this one. Look. Tree. It has a position, but not a container. I'm divided whether or not this should just be emitted always, and we should then check to see if it is a container. Actually, no, this is converting the look into the look. So this is a bad word. So let's say Oh, look container. Yeah. And then why do I have that extra thing? That was copied from dialogue, right? Let me see why. Hold on. What? Oh, it's in the here. Oh, that's when the dialogue and the target could be different. So this is unnecessary. There we go. See, now I got you guys in a debate about tabs versus spaces. This is like the worst that could happen. There was one group, or it was a story told at a group that I worked at in the past, and where they said like a team was bitterly divided between 2 spaces and 4 spaces indentation. And at some point, the lead got really irritated that the debate was taking up so much time in the meeting, and says, "Okay, then we're going to use 3 spaces indentation," and then basically pissed off everybody. And yeah, I don't know if it's true or not, but I laughed when I heard that. Okay, 3 spaces per tab, just to hammer in how the fact that it was so arbitrary to debate 2 versus 4 spaces. OCD, yeah, I think you're right, Mr. Mubbles. We're trained to look for minuscule details that the computer will misinterpret, or that will give the computer instructions that are not what we want it to do, right? The tiniest character, like if I were to add an X there, now this won't work at all, right? So now I'm trained to look at the most minute details. So I think that sounds reasonable to expect that you'd maybe have more OCD issues as a programmer. Look at non-container. The tree has an empty... that needs to be array. And... oh, yeah. I remember why. So that should be array too. Because I mixed dialogue and interact. That's why this is all out of whack before. Container look position. Player look position. This doesn't have a container element, and this would have a look component, wouldn't it? Okay, so look array. And actually, why are the positions different? I think because this test used to do something different. So let's put it next to... so we're looking at something that doesn't have a container, and we expect no feedback, right? Yeah, that should be good for now. There we go. Here's my 2 tests. Just to get things started. Is it stretch time? It's been half an hour. Once every few hours. I guess I could stretch now. Does someone redeem petting the cat? I'll give the cat a free pet while this is building. I'll give the cat free pets. Oh my goodness, Resubaka, thank you for the resub. I hid the camera so I can stand up and pet the cat. So I'll give the cat extra pets in exchange for that resub. Thank you very much. Thank you for that resub again. And yeah. Haha ball. Oh, that was from last December, right? Kittens get pets, exactly. Yeah, free pets. Thank you for reminding me to stretch. Okay. Hope you're doing well, Resu. I'm setting up some tests that I should have set up on Friday and didn't. All right. Run that. It's going to fail. What does it actually do? It tries to set the interact list, and it does a begin container interaction, even though it doesn't have a container. Okay, that's not good. That shouldn't happen at all, because Oh, wait a minute. That should happen because that is a container. Okay, what about this other one? There's nothing to see there. Oh yeah, we should expect that, shouldn't we? Yeah. Okay. Feedback. What exactly is a feedback? It's a structure with a type and a payload. So let me just steal from one of these things. Yeah, one of this. Okay, and then down here, this is a type message. And is there a key for chat type? No. So it's just chat type game. Oh, there's another level too. Oh, in order for this to work correctly, the player also has to be recorded as being logged in. So to do that properly, I have to have a player ID here, don't I? Key player ID, and then add them. So really this is a player component, isn't it? Or player, let's call this character. Character. All right. And actually, I don't know why I modified the bottom one. Yeah, so the message feedback has a message in it, which is a JSON object, which actually has the contents of the envelope per se, which is this stuff so far, not that. But then there's also a stamp or an address or whatever you want to call it, which is key realm server, key server. Key server, is that what it is? Yeah, key server and client. So that would be whatever I want to have in there. It's whatever's from the client record. The player is, or whatever's in the player record. 16, sure. All right. Oh, let's fill in the other things that go into the contents here. So that's line. Whose line is it anyway? There is nothing interesting to see there. And then type is chat. Oh, did I change it from server client to player? I forgot I did that. Let me verify. Hold on. I need to find one in the test framework. Wait a second. Oh, that's looking at the messages received. I want to look at the feedback. Oh, have I been testing this differently? Huh. That's how I do it. Yeah, it's by player ID now, not server or client. Okay, so that goes here then. So I don't need a server client. I just need a player number. So that's player ID. So I can just hard code the player ID. Like that. So this ID ends up coming out here. And this, there's something wrong with the syntax. Where did I miss? I missed some punctuation somewhere here. Whose line is it anyway that show hits hard? Why Linux is the best OS? It's not. I can't debate with you on that one. I don't think Linux is the best. Am I gonna trigger everybody now? You always use VS Community. You think you like it, but you hate setting up the compiler. Yeah, VS Code is just basically the editor part only. I still have to set up the compiler separately. With a large trout. I wouldn't say Linux is the best OS because there are different, what is the word? There are different contexts in which you might ask that question. So you might ask, what's the best OS for teaching people how to use a computer? I would not use Linux for that, because unless you are extraordinarily good at setting up Linux, it's really hard to get a computer to be as user-friendly as using Linux than other OSs. I would pick Mac OS for a new computer user. But as far as like programming, like tools, sure, I'd be able to admit Linux sure has a lot of tools, a lot more than any other OS. That's called enabling. Can't trigger you because you know I'm wrong. Okay. Have I started another debate? I'm sorry. What's the wrong with the punct? Oh, here it is. Found it. There we go. Type chat. I should be consistent about this. Line and then chat type? Okay, fine. Why did I have it in that order? Really, that's hierarchically the best order. What's the type of message? Chat. Okay, what's the chat type? Game. Okay, what's the line? There's the line. Subjective. I couldn't have said it better, E2. Subjective. No right or wrong. Give you a point. And I'm going to wave to you, too. I'd like to wave to everybody who chats. Hope that's okay with you. I don't mean the wave to be goofy. I'm just a goofy person. All right. So this will pass now. Yeah, so that is fine. This is the one that's going to fail because it's not emitting the correct feedback yet. It should modify the look components. Right now it's modifying the interact components, and it's doing a begin container interaction. Oh, do I want to do that directly, or do I want to do it through this look container event? I think I'd rather have it do the event first. You can't gamble the points yet, but in the future, perhaps. The points are held in my game's bot or stream integration. Hey there, Alt-F4. How are you doing? So right now, if you were to go to my game, thank you for linking that. Let me just take here and go to a little excursion. Hopefully the game is not going to crash on me. Eek. Okay, we good. Okay, and so let's show everyone who is in the system. Not tickets, I want points. So the point leader right now is Toulouse with 190. And generally, we got a lot of people with 10 or more points. So what I'll probably do when I actually add it to the game, you'll be able to redeem points in my game for in-game items, and I'll probably make it like 10 points for the first thing you can unlock, so that I'll get a good 20 or 30 people who can immediately get something right away. And then maybe for the really high tiers, like maybe 50 points above, gets a really sweet deal of some kind. But yeah, it'll be in my game when there's more content, so that the points are worthwhile. Right now there's nothing in my game, so letting you redeem it would not be worthwhile. And I don't know about gambling. Gambling is kind of tricky to have to deal with. Hey there, Manez. Or Manez. And you can't buy points. The way right now you get points is by interacting in chat, a really good suggestion, finding a bug, that kind of thing. Not a pay-to-win game. You need microtransactions are so 2019. 2020, we do nanotransactions. I stole that from Adam13531, by the way. I should just give him credit right now. Let's see. So yeah, back into this. So this test is set up right. I just need to modify the code that goes with it now. All right, here we go. Oh, we should have a test for this. You can't chat when you're dead. Can't look when you're dead. So let's call this one look at container
while not dead. Okay? And then we'll have a version of it when we're dead. Look at container while dead. So the difference here is the player needs to have a certain number of hit points. So realm server key player hit points. Dead is 0, right? I played enough games to know that dead means having 0 hit points, whereas alive means you have more than 0 hit points. All right. And we got to change what actually is expected when you're dead. When we're dead, we will not get things modified. We'll just get a message back. So kind of like this other test, a message back saying you are dead. You cannot look at that into that box because you are dead. You are dead. I mean, not an insult. It's just a statement of facts, right? You are dead. And the chat type should be error. There we go. So say you start selling cosmetics that were already able to buy with channel points. You'd be breaking TOS. Probably. You're an emote man now? Nice. Which channel is that from? Squatting. Okay. Interesting. There's a lot of emotes in that channel apparently. Can you have an emote? You can with channel points. You can unlock some of mine, or any streamer you watch now, you can unlock an emote for 24 hours, right? You don't even need to subscribe anymore. You just be around for a while, and then you can unlock them for a limited time. Okay, this should actually already work. Why not? Because I got the player ID wrong. So that needs to be included here, doesn't it? So realm server key player ID 42. Yeah, look at all those emotes. That must be a big time streamer then. If you want it forever, you have... Well, one way to get them forever, E2, is to be a streamer and make your own. You get a permanent subscription at tier 3 to yourself when you become an affiliate. And then just get popular. Unlock lots of emote slots, and then you'll have them forever. Wow. Okay, that's you've now gone beyond squatting stream, and now you're reaching into carrot stream. I see. What kind of containers do you want to make today? I have a box in my world, and I closed the window, but I can see it from this perspective. This container here has an item in it. I think it's a pile of gold right now. I gave it an item identity, but I'm now thinking that instead of it being an item, we can, if I remove this item component, then you can't pick it up by accident, but you can still work with it. Oh, and I meant to add a look here and remove interact. So yeah, this treasure chest on the floor right now is the first container that I want to test with in the game. Do we get a bank to store items? Probably at some point. So the bank will be yet a different kind of container that you'd interact with through some kind of interface by talking, probably. You probably talk to the banker, and then you'd ask to see your safety deposit box, and then it would pop up your inventory. So that's a good way for me to illustrate that, Noob. So I'm going to give you a point. Before on Friday, I had repurposed the I had this interact to keep track of entities that you are talking to, and I reused it for what you're looking into, and realized they need to be separate because the act of talking to someone and interacting with the items they're holding are different. You might be talking to them and not seeing their items. You might be seeing their items, like pickpocketing them, and not talking to them. So they need to be separate. I also need to, the old interact component, I should probably rename to either talk or dialogue. But yeah, you cannot talk to or have a dialogue with a box. You can only look into it. You forgot homework. Okay, good luck with your homework, Ben is. May you learn lots of things. Will there be a TS Joust that goes around and does some jousting? Of course there will be. TS Joust. I'll have to get the details from you later about that. Yeah, so if I get this treasure chest working, the other item container I'd probably work on is a bag. So I want to test like a item that can hold other items. What kind of jousting? The TS version. I guess what does the TS stand for? Is that TypeScript? Are you a TypeScript jouster? The jousty kind. Spelunking jousting. I tend to think the TS stands for TypeScript, but that's just because I'm a nerd. All right. I built this thing, right? I built it. So let me show these all in here. Okay, look. Okay, so I need to round out this stuff here. So we're going to look it. If it's a container, then we're modifying the look for both the player and the other entity. And instead of doing this, we're doing an event. Action type. Actually, is it capital event? Let me search for this and find out. Probably be better to search for this whole thing, wouldn't it? That would be smart. Yep, okay, so it is capital event. All right. Then so it shall be. ECS. Oh, that's just a different style here. That's a lot of chat going through, and I'm missing it. How about an item that can hold other items like the cube of Diablo 2? Yeah, well, I can definitely have items that can hold other items, and I have to be careful not to create a recursive container. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? An item that held itself, so you keep opening what's in it, and you keep getting back to it. Wait, what are we talking about? Which game? Jousty kind. I think TS Joust is keeping it ambiguous to mess with you, Soulshine. Alright, event. Actually, let me just copy this. So it's going to be that. Indent. Oh, and this needs extra punctuation. One, two, three. What did I mess up here? Oh, because that's not there. So don't need the extra punctuation. Okay. Okay, so that should fix this test. While I'm looking at this, current task. Yeah, okay, that's what we're still doing. Impractical Jokers movie. Never heard of it. Yeah, me neither. I forgot to say hi to that noob, by the way. Hi. Hi, noob. You're that noob, I'm this noob. I was technically a noob yesterday because I did a game stream. Well, not yesterday, the day before yesterday. The last 2 days I was doing game streaming for the first time. So I was a total noob. Okay, what happened here? Hold on, what? What's that doing in the event? That doesn't belong there. Oh, this is wrong. This should just be the player's entity. And is container the right target? Should be other entity. All right, I'm just being sloppy. Yep. Yep, that's true, that noob. We're all noobs. That's how we start. All right. Data tree node not found object. Oh no! Critical error. I'm just going to ignore it. All right. So you can look at a container while not dead. You can look at a container while dead, and you can look at a non-container. So what's next? Probably when we do this look container event, we should check to make sure that that does the correct thing. So let's. What do we want to happen when we open a container? Oh, did someone come by and pet? Yeah, so I have all my kids are home because it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day. There's no school today, and so as they pass by the cat terrier, you might see them pet the cat. We really want gamer friends in. Wait a minute. You figure out how to install Steam. You don't have Steam installed? The other things like twitching, like what? While twitching, but not typing apparently. Yeah, well, that's the programmer curse. Look at containers. So that means we're going to start with this event that we expected way up here. Look container. So this is what we're starting with this time. So we're invoking look container player. So now the position is irrelevant. So I'm going to remove the position component. And I think we're also saying depends on what we want to do. What are we doing here? I think what it should do is tell the player about the inventory of the container. So, looking at container reveals its inventory. Oh, I should also have another one where you can't look at a container because it's closed. I need to do that too, Soulshined. Meditate and walking. That's actually on my short-term to-do list. I need to fit that into my schedule. You have a bar that does a game night? That's cool. I have a friend who does almost exclusively board games. And he really loves it, especially when he finds new. He's always excited when he's finding new board games, because apparently it's a really deep subject. It's an incredible number of board games, and there's always new ones being created all the time. Okay, does it matter? Yes, it matters. So here's where I have to actually start having something in the inventory of the container. So JSON array. This will be items. JSON array of something. And that means I'm going to have some items. So let's, I don't know, let's create some gold. And the gold will have something in it. Or the gold will be something. So it's going to be an item, gold. And what do items have? Good question. Glad you asked that, Raimu. There's chicken. It doesn't really. Oh, here we go. I want an exemplar item. I guess it really doesn't matter, does it? Where would it matter? In the EC in this section here. Where the inventory is revealed. So where would that be? Player inventory? I forget the names of these things. Let me look at the session reducer. What would it I'm forgetting a lot of things right now. I need to remember some things. In my reducers in session, where do I hold the inventory? Character? Yeah, here we go. All right, so reflect inventory comes from where? It comes from inventory, the inventory message. So the inventory message, where do we test that? I need to have whole word only, thank you. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. So I need name, quantity, tile set, and tile. Yes, so here we go. I need these things for my entity, for my items. So here the item is gold. The name is gold. Quantity, I don't know, 10. 10 gold. And sure, there we go. So there's a pile of 10 gold pieces. Arbitrary tile set and tile ID. Those numbers just show up at the end here. So the same kind of thing, right? We should get a message that looks like this, only it's slightly different. Wow, I missed so much chat that it scrolled by. The Kappa bar, the real thing in Sweden. You wake up at 5 a.m. because there are no distractions to get a 30-minute walk in. You don't have to worry about it for this. Yeah, I need to do that, Soulshine. How do you do that? Just get into the habit and you can do it. I always just don't want to get out of bed. I'm not a morning person. I was late to the stream by about 5 minutes because I woke up late. Hold on. Rip, Atom, and Sublime. VS Code is pretty bad compared to VS for C++. Well, this doesn't natively know C++. It has to rely on this C++ extension. Right? This is where all the C++ stuff is done for VS Code. VS Code itself is actually, I think, a clean machine. So you have to really consider, is it VS Code or is it this C++ extension? This thing has been buggy as heck. I mean, I found a few bugs in this thing, but the VS Code editor itself, I think it's really nice. If you strip it down to vanilla, it's really fast. All right, I shouldn't be so opinionated, should I? Everything is using electronic computers are unusable nowadays? I think it sounds a little extreme, but okay. Depends on what kind of computer you have, I guess. Wait a minute, what? Oh. Forces you to get up because it's like freezing? Oh, okay. Once you start doing it, it feels good? Yeah. You found a lot of them too, Yuri? I can do it? Yeah, I just need to force myself to get into the habit. For me, it would make sense to get up early and just do it, right? Yeah. All right. Easier said than done, though. What was... Oh, yeah, I have in the clipboard the message I want. So that goes down here. Right here. Let's do it this way. Kind of like an inventory message, but also to let the user know that this inventory is new. How about we'll just say container contents? Actually, let's call it open For the first message, maybe open container? I'm thinking ahead, how many messages do we want that's container related? If I do open container, then it implies that I also have a closed container. And what do I do if the container changes while you're looking at it? Would that be another open container, or would it be a update container? I think I'll have open and update, and it'll be the same kind of message. Open container, and then inventory has the item in it. So yeah, I need to have that gold in there somewhere. So let's have it be a 3-slot container with the gold in the second slot. So that would be this, right? And the name is gold. Quantity is 10, 42 and 16. 42 and 16, okay. And there's no equipment. So there we go. And I'm missing punctuations somewhere. Oh, right here. Like to wake up at 3:50? Oh my goodness. So you must go to bed earlier then. Like if I go to bed at 10 or 11 p.m. and I need about 8 hours sleep. So for me, I could get up maybe at 6 a.m., then go on a walk. Then I wouldn't miss anything I have to do. That's probably what I'll end up doing, is try to get up at 6. Either walk or meditate before the day starts. Kids relying on Stack Overflow for C++? I think that's okay, as long as they're using answers that have a lot of votes on them. 13 to 14 miles every morning, I used to be able to do that, but then my knees started hurting me. Take care of your knees, runners, because they will wear out. Okay, what other punctuation am I missing? Okay, I'm missing something somewhere here. Or am I? Hold on. That looks good to me. Is it because no, it should be okay that I'm mixing these things. Where is it? Find the missing punctuation. Hold on. Computers are so much better than I am at actually seeing punctuation mistakes. Oh, it thinks that the compare has 3 arguments? What? I'm so confused. Oh, wait. I know what's different here. All right, I know what's wrong. This should be a message. Yeah, I missed one level. It's a message to that player. And the message is that. Is that object. Yep. And is that it? I think that's it. Yep, that's it. You don't sleep much? I wouldn't be able to function if I didn't get like at least 6 hours of sleep. And if it's 6 every night, I eventually start to run out of energy. Lunch break is over? Okay, see ya, Soulshine. There you go again, using that guys word like I do. I guess we could consider guys as sort of gender neutral, although I think it's kind of maybe skirting that edge of gender appropriateness or whatever, however you want to call it. Okay, no feedback on this because we didn't implement it yet. Is the current test still correct? Okay, that's not correct anymore. What we're doing right now is building up a proper look game system for opening containers or for container interaction. It's kind of stretching it, isn't it?
That fits. It fits.
Y'all? Why not say y'all? Because I didn't grow up in the South. Y'all. You all, that is more appropriate, isn't it? Because it's leaving gender completely out of it. Y'all. All y'all doing? All y'alls. All y'alls. All's y'alls? I've heard all's y'alls before. All right. So this needs to handle look as initiating the interaction. And then else if type is look container, then we know that it's a container that we're interacting with, and the position's irrelevant. Can you do a Swedish accent? No, I can't. I have no idea how to do a Swedish accent. Can you? How would I know how to do a Swedish accent? I'm nowhere near Sweden. I mean, like Sweden, like that. That's stereotypical, though. I don't want to do a stereotype. Vi are from Sweden. All I know about Swedish accents is what I've heard comedians use, and I just assume that they are stereotypes. Replace all J with Y and call C with S. And aren't W's replaced with V's? Sweden, right? But I just assume I don't know how to do it. I've only heard stereotypes. Hey there, Red Sky One. T.S. Jost is bullying me into trying to speak with a Swedish accent. I don't know why. I'm just joking, T.S. Jost. Fly your jumbo jet. Fly your jumbo jet. I have to listen to a native speaker with that accent over and over again for a long time to figure out how you're supposed to say stuff like that. Shoes, sheep, shoes? Shoes. Oh, like, instead of choose, it's shoes. Why are we doing this? Yeah. You know, we love T.S. Jost. Tim and I love T.S. Jost. That's all I have to say, right? We love you, T.S. Jost. Okay. Yeah, look container. We get target and player. Actually, we know it's a container. Why don't I just change that to container? Target. Container. Easy peasy. And it's always going to be a player who's looking at a container, right? So let me look for target container. So is other entity always a container? Well, it isn't. It's not for sure until we get to this line. Okay, so at this point, right, at this point, we've already entered into the look interaction, and we're just revealing the contents, right? Okay, so that means I just need to look up the player and the container in here. Yeah. Actually, do I need to get the player? I don't think I do. Oh, I need to get the player's ID out. So I do need this. Player is event player. If the player is invalid. Yeah. Well, actually, do I care if the player is invalid? I'm really just going to extract the player ID out of this. I should have done that earlier, actually. Or we're just assuming, I think we're just assuming it. Okay, and I'm extracting it in two places. Why am I doing that? I should be doing it here. Const int player ID equals that. And then use the player ID instead of that. And then do the same extraction. Actually, do the same extraction in the other case. Here. At this point, I don't care if that's true. We're going to now extract the container entity. And then the container component from the container entity. Let me improve this a little bit while I'm at it. So a better way to do this would be int player ID is 0, and then components with entity component of type player to entity const JSON value player component to extract out the player ID like that. And the same thing with the container, and specifically we're building this open container message, right? So we're going to end up feeding back to that player something. Oh. I'm going to stand up and stretch and pet the cat. Free cat pet. Here we go. The cat is so loved. Oh, should I redeem it myself? I keep forgetting that I have an infinite number of points. I could redeem some of them just to show people how it's done. I'll do that next time. You grew up in Russia, so you speak with multiple accents since you live in a lot of countries, predominantly Russia and Missouri, since you're adopted. So, how many languages you must know? At least 2, right? That I find enviable. I only know 1 language well, and some people know like 6 languages, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. Never knew this emoji should look like that. Yeah, it's the when the D is on the wrong side, you're like that. Ashtung, I know Ashtung is attention, right? Hola chico, ¿quieres algo de... That's... hello miss, or what's Chico? Oh, it's a dude, right? Hey dude, do you want water from... What's algo? What do you want from the supermarket? I think that's what you're saying. It's la baguette. TSS, la, L-A. Baguette is female. Remember how we were talking about how French is the sexist language? Where we apply gender to inanimate objects like baguettes. I speak a tiny bit of Spanish. My kids are learning Spanish. HTML head count too? Ha ha ha. Nice one. I learned French in high school and then again in college, and I forgot it after high school and I forgot it after college. Hey there, Mamba Dev. I've seen you've been streaming more. We should point people your way. You should check out Mamba Dev's stream. And hey there, how do I say your name? Tesser? That's definitely Cyrillic. I don't know how to pronounce it or what it means though. 4 years of French? Yeah. Yeah, we just cussed in French, didn't we? I know that much. My son the other day was like, I learned something in Spanish today. I learned how a whole bunch of dirty words from my friends in Spanish. I'm like, oh, good for you. If there's one thing you should learn from another foreign language, it's how to what all the dirty words are, right? Let's not say them in chat, though. All right, please. I just think it's funny. Kids always like get a kick out of learning how to say naughty things. Okay, so this just needs to change to open container and inventory. And then I should have a helper function do this. So let's make... I would do this with the player's inventory, actually. I have a function that does this. Here's where it was built. Send player inventory. Okay, I have encode item, so we can reuse encode item at least. The coordinator does this, though. I guess that makes sense. So if I just, where is encode item declared? Coordinator ECS. I probably need to move this. I should probably move that to the entity component system directly. Yeah. We're going to reuse that one. So, yeah, and then so we'll form this array outside first. So JSON array. And instead of sending it back right away, let's form this object outside. Open container message. And set it up right here. Auto open container message equals that. And then auto in container inventory is open container message. Message. Inventory. And then I'm going to do, I'm going to change this one to a with. So, that with entity component of type container and entity const JSON value container component do some code. And it'll be for size t is from 0 to container component dot get size plus I, and then it'll be container inventory dot add encode item container component I. This is the one I need to move to make it reusable here. There's a programming language called Rockstar. Oh, wait a minute. Let me back up a little bit more. You worked in Spain and the coworkers taught you all the bad phrases, of course. So when did Reimer Jr. going to learn programming? I tried to teach them programming, but they think it's too much like math, and that none of them really like it. Isn't that sad? None of them are getting into programming. Has anyone tried the programming language Rockstar? No. I know, maths are amazing. I try to tell them that, but they think it's boring. It must be the way that they're taught it in school. They're taught it in school in a way that's boring. Wait, Yuri, are those all the languages you know? Wow, German, English, Russian, Farsi, Arabic, French, Spanish. That's impressive. That you would also include Vietnamese in there. Vietnamese, I've heard, is incredibly hard to learn and say because you can't, it's not enough just to know how things are spelled. Things are pronounced differently depending on context. And it can be really daunting to learn Vietnamese as a non-native speaker, especially if your native languages have words which pronunciation does not change from the context, right? Programming is math, but you don't, all the math is done for you. Well, but you have to know how to arrange it to be done by the computer. So there's so many similarities that I try to approach it from the perspective of, hey, let's make a game in Python. And my son got a little bit into it, but I think after a while, it takes a lot of discipline and a lot of time investment. You don't get you don't get the return on the investment early enough. I think for kids it's harder because they want to get something out of it quickly. Programming though, you have to put in a lot before you get stuff out. Okay, in code item, I want that to live somewhere else. Where should that live? I could make it a static method of components. That might be appropriate. Hey there, Tim. How are you today? I'm being okay. We have TS Jost in the chat, Tim. Do you remember this guy? Oh, my cat's name is Casper. Casper, like Casper the Friendly Ghost. He is a snoozing. So you guys should check out Tim's channel. He makes his own game and game engine and makes racing games. If you haven't heard of Tim Bodette, you should check out his channel. Yeah, there you go. That name association, the word association, that'll help. I don't have a command for Casper. Add com. Casper. Raimu's cat is called Casper. His real name is a secret. Only cats know. Casper. Yeah, there we go. Whitespace is a good programming language. It's hardcore math. Is that the language where the number of spaces changes the context? I forget the name of it, but there's a type of programming language which is it like golfing? Programming golfing? That's where you try to make a language is geared towards expressing a statement in as few characters as possible. And then there's another category of programming languages that are just designed to be unreadable, like BrainF, and I'm not going to say the word, but where it's obfuscated on purpose. You wonder what Sarah's real name is? You'll never find out. Only cats never reveal their secret names. Right, Malbolg. I think that was one of those, like, languages intended to be impossible to understand. All right. I'm getting too distracted. Okay, encode item. I'm going to move encode item. That should be a static method of the entity component system. Right? Because this doesn't actually use anything from the context. Oh, it gets tile and item. Okay, so it can't be static then. It has to be a method of this one. Okay, no problem. We can do that. Let me pick it up, its declaration, and move place it where it should go. This should be not in the coordinator, but in the ECS itself. So the interface to it. Include realm server ECS components. This one. I should put it here somewhere. A lot of declarations happen here. Okay, one of these will do. I need to come through here and sort these methods. Okay, here. This is good enough as any. Construct and return the message to send to a client to give them information about an item. So for my channel, I think I used to try to make it I had the family friendly tag on, but these days let's keep the rule to try to keep it PG-13. So a few naughty words are allowed, but let's not go overboard. I think that's a good compromise. That's also the rules that was set at one of the groups I was in, one of the discussion groups I was in before. And I thought that's pretty good. So it's not too draconian. You can say the F word a few times, but just don't get carried away. Let's make that the rule. PG-13. The only problem with putting it here is it's getting involved in how we express information to clients. So let me maybe abstract this a little bit. Construct and return a JSON object which expresses information about an item. Well, which expresses to players information about an item. Yeah. So it doesn't reveal secrets about the item. It just enough information that players would normally know. Should I include that? The information includes what players should know about the item, not necessarily internal details or secrets. Although I guess what we would, if we wanted to have it reveal more, we would have more arguments to it. This is the identity identifier of the item. The JSON object expressing information about the item is returned. Okay, we'll keep it at that. So then where encode item is currently housed, here I can remove. And then its implementation here we're going to move to component CPP. Component CPP near get holder. So right here. So this is now a member of components, not coordinator. So we need to lock this mutex. Actually, let's have it call an internal version of it. So we'll just have it return impl encode item entity. And we'll have this one be the internal version of it. Which means I'll have to move it somewhere else. And then we can remove all the impls out. And the components. And this is going to give me, it's going to hassle me because I haven't declared this. So let's declare it. This will be in components HPP internal version. It's not system specific. So it's right around here. This is the rendering system. Really, let's just search for that. So right here would be good. There. All right, and then, so mark entity held will hold this one. Or be near that one. Mark entity held. Okay, so right here is where it belongs. Cool. And then this we could refactor too, right? Because this makes copies. We don't need to do that. We can say with, and then int entity const JSON value item component, and then embed this in there. And we're constructing what? I really don't want to do that, do I? I want to pull this out separately. So auto encoded item is JSON object. Encoded item is what we're returning. So we don't need to do that. Hey there, Pollux. How do I find the root ID with a leaf node ID if you have a relation like root to middle to leaf? You need to be able to traverse back to the root somehow. So two techniques I know of: you hold on to the root separately, And the other technique would be that you have to be able to navigate. They have to be pointers back from the leaf nodes back to the root. Does it have to do with what's DB database? I think I'm not understanding the actual problem. Like, this is it looked like you're asking a question about a binary or a data tree, but then you brought in DB and recursive. Oh, like if you started at the root and then you're recursively visiting the tree and then you want to get what the root ID was? I guess you'd include that in the context that you're passing in through in the recursive calls. If about a database, I have no idea. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Pollux. I don't know enough about databases. The Mama Dev probably knows. To find a root, you traverse up until it has no parent. If it's one directional, you'd have to do traversal algorithms such as death first, breath first. Yeah, that's in general how do you do it. Yeah, but if database, I don't know. Binary bugs. You found binary bugs. Nice. If it's in my game, then I'd like to know what they are. But it's not crucial that we look at it now. So whenever. What? All right, we don't do that now. This needs a comma. And we're going to do the same thing here with int entity const JSON value tile component code inside. Get rid of this, and then this goes inside. And this means I don't need this invalid check because that's intrinsic now. Okay, so if we're returning null, then that means this should be null too. So that's JSON value encoded item is null pointer. So that will accomplish that, and then I don't. So what I was doing is copying the entire item component. So that would mean that equals that, and then add the tile set and tile to it. So that's what we're doing now. So we are revealing secrets. I'll change that later. There should also be a test for this. Okay, so this would now go to components, right? Impl components dot that arrow. Yep. And then here as well. Okay. And this can call it directly. All right. Build it. Yeah, I'm with Mamba Dev. If it's in regards to a relational database, I have no idea either. So Yuri, if you found bugs in the binary stuff that I did, go ahead and either file an issue in GitHub or in game, or you can DM it to me. Of course, it's all optional. You don't have to do any of this, but feel free to report it, on those side channels. I don't want to get too distracted from what I'm doing right now. So, going to be doing a little bit of a difference between tonight, unracking and re-racking all your servers. What does that mean? Like physically taking them off the rack and then putting them onto the new rack? Yep. Okay. Well, that's cool. Yeah, you guys should check out the Alta 4 stream. There you go. Alta 4 stream is like a duo stream. There's Black Glasses, who does programming and developing cloud stuff, and then there's a Tota who does bartender stuff and comedy, right? Hey there, Manure Play. Okay, I forgot a few people, didn't I? Oh, Red Rampage Crumpet said something, and I missed it. Oh, you said hi. Sorry, Red Rampage. Sorry, Crumpet. And how come I don't have any record of saying hi to Resu? I don't know, but hi. And then Rock Sheep. I didn't see your message. The file being big, yeah. I hope I didn't scare away Rock Sheep. So I do have this problem where where a lot of my code needs to be refactored. Clear sign that my code needs to be refactored is I got past the third digit in the line number count. If I get to 1,000 lines, it's a sure sign that I need to refactor my code, and I'm not doing that enough. It's a constant struggle for me between keeping the code clean and then adding onto it, since I'm building something really big. If I don't stop once in a while and refactor and clean things up, this tends to happen where it's like before I know it, I'm at line 3,000 of some file. I'm like, oh, this file is too big. The solution is usually just to break the files up into more and more files. So that's what I did with the coordinator. Coordinator used to just be one file. Now it's like a whole bunch of files. And even those files are getting big. So sometimes you call that such a thing like this coordinator a god class. I hope that's not the case for me. I think it's just that this was really a group of components and not a single one. I just have to make sure that these subcomponents really are able to work independently. A god class is where you make too many concerns into one class, and that class becomes enormous, and you have to go through it for anything, and that can be a problem in a big design. I'm only skimming chat, and of course I'm missing things. Oh, you just waved, yeah, not a problem. So Red Crumpet, I will play Dwarf Fortress at some point. I'll have to like let you know in advance, right? Make sure that you're able to see it. Of course, I always record the VOD, so if you miss it, that'll be there too. Okay, this built, right? Will this actually work? Let's see. Oh, it forgot where my tests are already. Looking forward to it? That's good. I would like to see one of your streams again. I kind of missed those. The artwork you were doing, it was like on par with Adam C. Eunice, I thought. And I like his stream for the same reason. It's like good to see people streaming things doing things I don't know how to do or that I'd like to get better at. I liked that, was it a forest spirit? I'm like, wow, how did he draw that? It's like intricate, and I wouldn't know how to start. The first thing to start with that. Okay, inventory is null, and it should be null with then 2 more things in it. So what did I screw up? Also, the player number's wrong. Okay, that's probably a setup problem. Yeah, I don't have the ID in here. Key player ID 42. Yeah, the little sprite, yeah. Yeah, Adam Cenas is a game dev on Twitch. He's in Australia. So his schedule lines up pretty well with mine, as in they don't overlap too much. And so I'd always get to see his stream, and he does incredibly good pixel art. Fun Function, I actually saw this morning was streaming, and I hadn't seen it before. I'm like, oh, a lot of people are watching. Why haven't I heard of Fun Function before? He's hosting me right now? Oh, Adam is? Aw, thank you, Adam. Fun Function looked fun, no pun intended, but I had never seen that stream before, and I didn't have time to watch it because I had to start my stream. Did I set up the container properly? Items. Oh, that's it. That's the problem. Container is an object with an items array in it because I wanted to have other things other than the item list. So that's the problem. This has got to go and look at inventory. No, encode item has to go into the container component. It has to do more than look at the container component. We have to get access. So const auto items is the container component items. Items. And then we have to look at items item size. There we go. Yeah, I didn't see his drawing. Who are we talking about? I'm losing the context. Because we had several threads going. So Fun Function had a drawing, or Adam C. Eunice had a drawing. I know Adam C. Eunice has drawings all the time. If Fun Function had a drawing, I didn't get to see it. I was only in the stream really briefly and was on mobile, and so I couldn't really see anything. I was just listening to get a vibe of how things are going. And I'm like, oh, sounds good. Sounds good. Has all the elements that I look for in a coding stream. Okay, so now we're getting the inventory back when we look at a container. So there are two more things I want. If something about the list, something about either the items in the container changes, or if the container itself changes, we want a container update. That's going to be harder to do. My current task is probably not correct now. Actually, it is correct. An easier one would be if we stop interacting with the container, right? So how might we stop interacting with the container? There was a message from the client, like end interaction, I think. Maybe. No, end. Look for the word interaction. I guess I could just look at here. End. Is there anything that begins with end? Nope. Let's look for container. No. Oh, that's right. It wasn't here. Shoot. Where was that? Was it here that I had it? It would show up maybe here. Oh no, it's just player look. I didn't add another one. I think I thought about adding it and I didn't. Another place I can look is server messages. I can look for interaction. Okay, yeah, it was this one. There's a begin, but there's no end. So where do we see that right now? Only in the front end. Okay, so that's not in the back end anymore. I must have removed it. Hey there, Radon 90. How would I describe my game? I would describe this game as a multiplayer role-playing game inspired by Ultima 5. So it's got retro art, 2D tiles, limited movement in, up, down, left, right, and a lot of text interaction. So that's what I would say. The genre, I would say, just retro role-playing game, or retro/mud, I guess. What does MUD stand for? It's like, I can't remember. Guess I can look it up. MUD dungeon. Multi-user dungeon. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so maybe that's a good genre. MUD. I'm making mud. Yeah, there you go. Crumpet got it. There you go. Give you a point. So yeah, the genre would be either RPG, online RPG, or MUD. Multi-user dungeon. Playing in the mud, that's right. Well, how do we close container? Actually, let's just deal with it from the perspective of something's going to emit this look container, and let's have something else emit a I don't like this word look container. What if I just make it more elaborate? Instead of look container, maybe begin container interaction, and then we'll have end container interaction. And then that'll match these words. Oh, and then I can make that word match too. Oh, I like this. Okay, so look container, we're going to globally rename to be begin container interaction. Do it. Then open container. What's this? Well, a couple places. Let's just do it manually. That and that. Begin container interaction. And then that's be paste. Begin container interaction. Okay. And then that want that word. No. This word there. This word over here. Okay, so the end container interaction is what's missing. And that, I think I'm just going to let this system still stay in charge of that. And I don't need to know what was in the container anymore, so we're just going to remove it. I do need an entity reference, so let's just get the container and just leave it at that. Container and the player, and we'll have the player. I don't think the hit points matters anymore. The look will have to have the container in it, right? And the position's irrelevant. So this is end container interaction, and we can only do that in regards to a player, right? Although I'm starting to think, what happens if you destroy a container that multiple players are looking at? I guess what I'd do is I would emit several of these events. And is that, do I want to capitalize that or not? I think I'm being very inconsistent, but I think event types are not capitalized and messages are. One of these days I'll have to go back and figure out whether they should all be capitalized or all not. Probably they should all be capitalized, right? I would just want to fix that now rather than passing the buck. Yeah, maybe. So if I do whole word only. Yeah, let's just fix the capitalization. Oop, that's not what I wanted. I wanted that here. And then search replace. Okay, and so we want the same thing for end. End container interaction. So I want actually two things. I want the end to be told to the player. And I also wanted to unlock the player, so that's up here, right? These look things are modified. There. So I want ECS things to clear, to remove the container from the player's look and remove the player from the container's look. And then in the interaction. Yeah, that's what I want. Speed up typing skills? Shall we take a... This is something that Tim does. We can take a little side trip. What was the site, Tim? The typing game? Type Racer. Right? Am I still logged into that? I'm a guest. Sign in. I have to have a username and password. I don't want to have a username and password. Can I do it without signing in with a username and password? All right, thank you, Tim. We can just use that link. I guess I'll just be a guest. We're on Tim's racetrack. All right. So this is what Tim, what he did in his stream one time. Oh, the race is about to begin. Okay, I got to get ready to go here. TS Joss has joined. 5 seconds. We have Tim. We have TS Joss. We have could be me if I signed in. All right, let's Join the race. F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for anywhere and any time at all down here in the deep blue sea. 73 words per minute. Oh, I'm slow today. I usually can do 90. Yep. Okay, yeah, Tim, you got to get faster. Speed up, Tim. Are we going to do another one? We can do one more. Need to mute things. Join the race. All right, 7 seconds. Who's going to join us here? Just Tim. Are you going to join us, Tim? I think Tim is either a guest or he's not here. All right, if this guy just took advantage of a natural accident to sell me 24 cans of nothing, I'm going to applaud his creative mantra. Oh, I get it. My talking screwed you up. It's possible. 85. Okay, I'm getting back up to speed. Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. Like, what book is that? T.S. Just, how do you do 115 words per minute? That's crazy. Okay, one more. One more. One more race. Join race. 10 seconds. 115 is slow? No, my best is like 95, I think, usually. If you want to hang... This is a song lyric, isn't it? There we go, 99. How do I get rid of... Uh-oh. How do I get rid of this? Oh, I guess I need to do a test to make sure I'm a human? Oh no, I got 114. How did I do that? Well, you saw me do it. I didn't cheat. I guess I have to do a human test. There we go, we're doing the human test. Oh, it's like I'm drunk. Thank you for that follow, by the way. I'm proving that I'm a human to a machine. It's sort of... Yep, congratulations. I'm now certified to be able to type 97. Oh, it was 97. So I had 114. I think I was just lucky. And did I beat T.S. Jost? Oh, I beat T.S. Jost. You saw me do it, though. Okay, that's good enough. I'll quit while I'm ahead. You got a pop-up too? You just got in when it started? Got 95? So I got 114, right? Right when T.S. Jost said 115 is slow. So I think it depends on the kind of writing and if the words, yeah, what the context is actually. It's not that I got faster as I was practicing there. It's just lucky. Okay, this didn't build. Why? Probably missing something here. Oh, no. 100 plus is impressive. It's very stressful to type that fast for me. Oh, here, no. Okay. Will this help me to show me where the punctuation matches? It's not going to, is it? I'm kind of on my own here. $90? I think 90 is aggressive. if I settled back down to like 60 to 70 unless I'm really trying to type fast, and then I can get into the 90s, but it's stressful. And that 114 I think was a fluke. Dvorak, I have not considered Dvorak. I'm happy with my QWERTY. Why is this not happy? Maybe this is just a fluke. No. Ooh. Oh, class redefinition. Okay, we should fix that. What is this? End container interaction. End container interaction breaks. Well, let's just call it end container interaction. That's what it really is. Oh, hey there, Simo. And a buff seagull. Hi, how are you doing? Still tempted to learn stenography? Oh yeah, I've been in jury duty a few times, and I'm always fascinated with the stenographer and how fast they can type on such a different keyboard. And I think I remember chatting with them during some off time, and I asked them like I don't forget what, maybe some technical question, and they were like, it's more than just pressing the keys. There are like it's like playing the piano. There are combinations, and there are oh, you redeemed. Oh no, you just highlighted the message stretch. Okay, give the cat some free pets. Yeah, I was just fascinated with there are combinations. If you press keys, it's almost like playing a musical instrument. A combination would be a whole word of many letters, like using auto hotkey for like almost every long word. Let me get up and stretch. Such a cute kitty. Courting, yeah. Waiting for someone to finish typing. You're sitting there staring at X's typing. Oh, you gotta not fall into that trap on Discord of waiting for someone to finish typing. Sometimes they never do. They say, "Oh, I don't really want to type that." Not that they're slow. Sometimes it's just that they change their mind. You can type at the speed of thought, so it enables flow easier. Yeah. They hardly ever look at their device either. It's like they're doing a lot of visualization in their head and just thinking how to translate the words into, or sentences into chords. Unless they screw up, right? And then they have to go back and look at what they're doing. I feel like I'm getting too chatty. I want to translate end container interaction into these things, right? So that, yeah, okay, we can do this. So this is another thing the system does. End container interaction. It's going to find the player. And this is just to get the player ID? I think so. And then the container. Okay, we can just start changing this one. This is end container interaction. Actually, I don't need to do this, do I? We can just include this directly because it needs no content. This is just end container interaction. There's no inventory. And there'll be 2 more pieces of feedback. Yeah, 2 ECS feedbacks. So let's get that set up to go. ECS. Actually, let's just do one of them. Let's just fill it in. Modify component look. So this is the player entity, container entity, right? And Oh, we have to record which entity we're interacting with. The player can only interact with one thing, so we can find that in the player's the player's look list, right? So I can do that here. This will be int. Started out at 0, and then we're looking at the player's look list, look component, and then we'll see container entity is the look component. Do I even need to make it an array? Does that even make sense? I think for consistency, I will keep it an array, but it's always going to have one index for a player. Yeah. Just cording out phonetics. It's pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah, how many words per minute do they do? Like in the 200s or something? I don't think 500. Hey there, Quaternion Slurp. How are you today? You can just use an N key rollover keyboard and Plover? Ah. I think stenographers don't actually worry about punctuation at all, right? They're just writing down the words. Don't they go back and insert the punctuation later? Then simultaneously press D, V, J, and O, and the word appears. Yeah. Okay. We're not building this message. I suppose we should return early if they're not looking at anything, so if container entity is 0, return. Which means I should probably have a test for that, so let's do that. So this is end container interaction when not looking. And this is end container interaction when looking. So when not looking means there is no container. We end and we should get nothing, right? So the feedback should be empty. No B. All right. So I don't need this, or I don't need to do that. I just do that. And this has to be reciprocal, so the container is removed from the player and the player is removed from the container. Yeah, there we go. People talk around 120, 150 words per minute, so you don't actually need to get that fast. Well, that depends. Are you transcribing something at a YouTube video at 1.5x speed? So then you might have to be up at 200 words per minute, right? Time is money, friend, as the goblins in World of Warcraft say. Okay, just doing some off-screen stuff. All right, so we're good so far. So the one thing I haven't done yet is figure out who invokes this interaction, end container interaction. I'm thinking what we should do is, right now, we'll end container interaction if you explicitly request it, and also we'll end it if you try to move. So those are two different player commands, right? Actually, we might as well have the executor do that. Let me do the explicit one first. So that would be in the ECS, right? Transcribed M&M. Sounds fun. Right here? Player look. Correct. Okay, so let's just have player end interaction. Player or just end container interaction. We'll have this message go in both directions. So to set this up, I just need a player, right? So it'd be player sends the message end container interaction with nothing, and then that should just get translated into an event. Oh, wait a minute. Let's not do it unless they actually we're interacting with something. So that would be giving them a look component. So right here, let's be explicit, player entity. Look, and that's going to be an array. So there should be something in here. So let's just put 42 because 42 is the answer, right? The life, the universe, and everything. So the player will have the entity 42 in their look array. And then, so there should be 2 of these tests, really. Let's finish this one. This one, though, is end container interaction when looking. Okay, does that mean I don't need to test it on this one? Yeah, why bother? It's easy to test it at both layers. It doesn't hurt. Okay, so end interaction when looking should be that something is appended to the journal, which is an event, and the event will be end container interaction with the player entity here. Hey there, Tua Bud. How are you today? Languages are actually the same speed of information, so languages that have a lot of info encoded in each syllable, like Mandarin, are spoken slower than ones that have oh, I didn't know that. I'm okay, Tua Bud. I'm a little bit too chatty today. I'm trying to self-regulate how much I chatter while I'm coding to try to keep a good balance, and like my "you are being too chatty" detector was going off a little bit ago. I'm also trying to remember to get up and stretch, and I have you can either redeem Pet the Cat as a channel points or reward thing, or you can tell me to stretch. And unless it's spammed a lot, I'll probably get up and give the cat some free pets while he's still around, and get some stretching in at the same time. And I know that doesn't have anything to do with your question of how about me, but that was on my mind for some reason. I'm doing okay. It's a Monday. I'm still having trouble on Monday a lot, getting a whole lot of work done. I think it's a weekend thing. Oh, nice. Thank you for that link. I'll give you a point for that. I want to read it later. I like to put stuff like that in my notebook to look at later. How's my weekend? It was different. So I'll do a shameless promotion because I can, because I'm the broadcaster. I set up another Twitch stream for gaming, so just as an experiment, 2 things to see if it's fun to stream while gaming, because I game to relax. And the second part of the experiment is, should it be a separate stream or the same stream? That's what I was doing that experiment all weekend. I was playing The Witness, and I also did my normal Sunday night World of Warcraft raid on this other stream. And it was a lot of work, but it wasn't too bad. It got my stream setup a little confused, though. I had to learn a little bit more about OBS. I needed to learn how to set up different profiles, and then I learned this morning that you can have a source not in your current scene, but if it's not turned off, it will actually, the audio will go through even if it's not in the scene, which was surprising to me. So I learned a little bit. I had fun. Not too stressful. Hope you had a good weekend too. In container interaction here is just translating it to an event. Okay, so this is if we're looking. What if we're not looking at anything? In container action when not looking will be there's nothing in this array. And then when we do that, it should not do a game command. There we go. It's already stressful to listen to what I did on the weekend. Normally on the weekend, I try to relax. I'll either do more chores around the house or I will play video games, but I do that solo. And one of my friends got me into this game, The Witness, and he said, "Why, could you stream it?" And I'm like, "Okay, sure. We'll try this experiment." So I basically did what I would normally do. I played a lot of video games on the weekend. I just did it while streaming. So I would like it to be something that isn't stressful. And I've heard that the stressful part of streaming a lot of the times is that you're trying to do work at the same time. But if I'm playing games, it's not work, right? So it shouldn't be as stressful. And yeah, it didn't seem as stressful. It was more laid back. I got preoccupied by whether or not people were watching or not and trying to make it entertaining. So like, for example, I was playing World of Warcraft, right? And normally I just sit there and go through the motions. But this time I felt like I had to explain what was going on and explain the fights and stuff, just so that if someone happened in on the channel, it wouldn't be just me playing silently. It would be me describing what I'm doing, and then maybe if you never played World of Warcraft before, it would be useful to hear some explanation, right? But then I'm like constantly preoccupied about it. Are people watching? Are they not watching? I need to shake myself of that. Miss the highs? Hey there, Anakin Luke. You came here for the highs. You got a high back. And then Everx, I forgot to wave to. Everx80, hi. You got your high? See the link that you pasted. Oh, the one about research about human languages. Yeah. This one here. 39 bits per second, huh? Constantly talking is good, otherwise you don't see the point of streaming. Yeah, I don't like watching no-talk streams. The most popular streams, there's a really good balance between good play or interesting play and interaction in chat, and then the streamer actually being part of that interaction, right? So I'm like, if I wanted to build the stream that I would like being in, it would be I need to talk and explain things. And try to be entertaining some way. So that's what I was trying to do. I don't think anyone watched it, but you have to, as a streamer, when you're first starting something new, like I starting this gaming stream, I just have to go and do it, assuming that people are watching, and not be so concerned if they actually are or not. All right. So when looking and when not looking. So this already passes because it doesn't matter. This one does matter, so we need to basically capture this message, right? So that would be in the coordinator impl. I need to make a message for it. Right here. Register client message. That, and we'll put it in the ECS system, in container interaction. So, sure, let's see, where do we find fetch twitch, for example? There's a declare, and we'll need to declare. End client interaction. And then let's go where that check is. Okay, so essentially this is the template I'm building off of. This is the boilerplate. Will be end container interaction. So I actually don't think this is required anymore because I think I put that in the boilerplate already, but I'm going to leave it there for now. Look up if they're playing or not. So if they are playing, here's the check I need to do. I need to see if they're if they're looking at a container or not. So let's make it bool looking false. And this will be to return looking. So then I would do impl components with entity component of type look player.character entity, and that's going off the screen, so we'll fix that. And then int entity const JSON value look component. Oh, thank you for that follow. Looking is now if look component get size is greater than 0. And then the command for that, if it passes the check, would be to construct a new ECS request like this. So like one of these. I want one of these down here. Right here, we're going to return the ECS command, and the contents will be one of these things. And what does the test want? The test wants an event. Actually, let's just pull this directly. We'll kind of cheat. We'll copy from the test into the actual implementation. Get rid of this prefix because we don't need it. Oh, why is that there? It doesn't need to be there. And this becomes, oh, I have to look them up again? Okay, fine. We can look them up again. We get their player ID. Look them up. If they don't exist, then we're returning no command to do. Otherwise, it's the player dot character entity. And then we're done. There's a full study? Let's add that to here. Interesting. I'll give you another point. That's 4 points now you've earned. Wow. You can't focus on both talking and thinking. It's a juggling act, T.S. Jost. You like juggling itself. You can't do it at first, but then as you practice, you get better at it. I think you grow new pathways in your brain that allow you to do it. Fundamentally, you only have one language processing center, which is why I don't find it possible to actually type words while talking, unless they're the same word, so I'll pause to speak. But if I'm typing here and it's all punctuation or just some like muscle memory, I can actually talk while doing it. But just like a juggler would, they don't hold all the balls simultaneously. They toss one up in the air, and then that gives them a brief moment to do something else. So I try to do that with the balance of chatting and coding. So I'll chat, and then go back to coding, and then go back to chat, stuff like that, like a juggler would. Hopefully I don't drop any balls. Let's see, make command. All right, so back to the test and run it again. One trick is to try to remember, or have a way to remember where you were in the code, so that when you come back from chatting, that you are not disoriented. Yeah, T.S. Jost is actually pretty good as an English typist, especially thinking of English not being the primary language. Okay, that's passing, and these are still passing. So the other thing I want to do is when we're looking at a container, it should end the container interaction if we try to move. You have to put in conscious effort to figure out how a word is pronounced and how to not pronounce it with a typical Swedish accent and tongue twist yourself, etc. Yeah. That makes sense. All right, so I want to automatically do that whenever the player moves. Actually, whenever the player is moved. Okay, so I know where to do that. That would be in the actual ECS itself. Have I done this before? Have we invoked systems from the entity component system itself? Not that one. That doesn't count. Hey there, Shaz. Yeah, lurking is fine. Second year CS student there. Oh, nice. Yeah, I know someone like in a similar situation where you're doing a career shift and so you're older, but you're still learning. I just want to say that's awesome and hi and good luck and all that and totally doable. Don't let anyone discourage you. People like to ask, am I too old to learn programming? I'm like, no. I mean, can you still read? Can you still reason? Can you do math? Then you can do programming just fine. You'll be fine. Executor trigger. Oh, these are tests. I can't count the tests. None of these tests should count for what I'm looking for. Okay. There's the actual implementation. Not too many things call it, actually. Where is this? Oh, this is the root of the game loop. Okay, we do it. Why are we doing it here? Oh, this is odd. The coordinator actually executes systems here? On execution of them? I forgot I did it this way. Okay, so this is where I would do it, I guess. So, actually, if we're already invoking systems, and no, we're invoking systems, but we're not modifying the components, are we? Okay, then that means it's fine for. Wait a minute, no, it's not. Wait a minute, is this done by every server then? Ooh, that might be a problem. Hold on. Yeah, we're invoking events even on follower servers. Why am I doing that? Okay, I missed a lot of chat. Discrete math kicked your butt. I don't blame you. A discrete math difficult. My Discord is still nascent or small and not that built out yet. Well, yeah, you're welcome there. Linear algebra. I loved linear algebra. And I was really sad when I realized I had forgotten too much of it. And so I picked out my old textbook and learned it again. Linear algebra really came in handy when I was doing 3D graphics. And I wish that they had used 3D graphics when teaching linear algebra. It would have been so much more fun. Isn't this a problem? That means all servers are invoking systems in the ECS. I understand that these are done for subscription stuff. This is a problem, though, isn't it? Because that means a lot of follower servers are going to request changes and then that just gets dropped. Because the feedback on follower servers is to put commands in the cluster, which then gets dropped. Calculus 3 and discrete. Yeah, math is hard. And coding isn't so much math. It's like the same fundamental skills of like thinking and thinking through a problem are the same or similar. But that's where it generally ends, right? I don't want to screw this up. All of this code is just updating subscribers. Math is easy for some people, Yuri. Difficult for other people. If you find math is easy, Yuri, then that means that you have a lot more opportunities unlocked for you. So that's a good thing. But you just have to remember that math is not easy for everyone. So you're going to run into people that find math very challenging. And hopefully you'll understand that they're not dumb. It's just that in math you're more it's for some reason easier for you than others. I don't know, that seemed kind of stupid for me to say, but oh well. These are dealing with side effects, so then why am I doing that there? I know that I'm invoking systems only from the coordinator. That itself might be a problem. Really, it should be the executor that does it. I think the problem was the executor didn't have a worker thread to do it in, though. The executor works lockstep, and this is more asynchronous. Really, it should only do this if it's the action type is event and the server is the leader of the cluster. Otherwise, this is irrelevant. Sorry, I'm kind of stuck here. Let me, this is like playing that puzzle game yesterday. You get stuck and you have to look at it from a different point of view. Right. The, this test is passing. So, right, I want to emit this event from somewhere. Oh, right. Yeah, we can issue the event either from an ECS act command or just directly. So we could do it directly from here as a side effect if we knew that the player was moved. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. We'll say if it's modify component and it's a player, and it doesn't really matter if it's a delta or not, right? Do we have to get their previous position? Maybe it'd be easier to turn it around and say, well, there are a couple ways a player can be moved, right? It's if their position changes. Like maybe I can do this with a hint. So let me see if the executor gives a hint on we're gonna look for on modify on ECS modify. Yeah. Okay, this is actually buggy, right? Because this happens even if the inventory didn't change. I'm looking for similar things here. I'm not seeing it. Okay. We do have a previous in the results, so I think we need to do a player move detection then. So this would be a new thing for the executor to do. Wow. It's like one thing leads to another thing, which leads to another thing. Does anyone know, actually, does anyone have that clip of that where it was from a movie where like one problem led to another problem, which led to a third problem, which led to a fourth problem, and then eventually the guy's doing something completely different than solving his original problem? I was looking for that clip the other day and I couldn't find it. But it's either in my channel or in Adam's channel it was mentioned. Okay, yeah, something similar to this would be player inventory. Inventory. Oh, thank you, TS Jost. You found it. And so did Mama Dev. I'll give you guys both. I'll give you fine folks point each. I want to bookmark that. So I feel like that right now. I'm on like a problem that led from another problem, which led from another problem, right? So my current task says to build up the look game system, but the look game system, one of the things it will do is start an interaction between the player and the container, and we need to know when to break that interaction. And one thing to break the interaction would be if the player moved. But then how do we know if the player moved? The executor has to know that has to give a hint back to the coordinator that, oh, this command caused the player to move. So yeah, it's one thing led to another. So let me describe it. Do we say subscriber anywhere? Any of the names here? Previous inventory. What's the name of this test? Not helpful. How about this one? Nope. Oh, well, I don't have to be consistent. I can just say player move. Player character movement reported in results. Okay, and then I need to set up a player. So I don't need a whole record though. Let's just have a character entity. And then the character needs to have something in it. Oh, thank you for that follow. I can give you a free pet the cat thing. So let me go pretend that you redeemed it. And I'll go give the cat a pet. I know, but he was so cute. I need to get up and stretch anyway, too. Jukanas, hi. Hello from Brazil. Hello from Southern California. I need to get up and stretch every once in a while, so I might as well just give the cat free pets here and there. I could also reduce the number of points from 5,000 maybe down to 1 or 2. I need to tune that, right? All right. Let's arrange it to look like that so I can more easily read it. So we need to, the player needs to have a position, right? So they need to be a player. And they need to have a position. Those are the minimum requirements, right? So here the object, in order to tell if they moved or not, we need to actually put things in here. So X, I don't know, 2, Y, 4, and Z. We should have them all tested, right? Actually, it doesn't matter. It's just demonstrating, right? 42. Or 17 or something. So this is the arrange of the test. The act would be, we're going to fill in, we're going to make some command that changes the position. So that's an ECS command. Or modify component, right? One of these. Uh-oh. He's active. He's moving. He jumped down. Oh well. Cat's gone. Beast will be back. Mamba helped you out? Oh, cool. So you figured out the tree traversal in a database. That's awesome. Make a command, modify component type position of the character entity, and the delta would be, let's change the x to 3 or something. Right? So that's the act. And then this commit event triggers the executor. So what we're going to assert that happens out of that is the results, the execution results should have something in there. What do we want to say? Is it ever possible more than one player can be moved simultaneously? I suppose, so we should probably just make an array of players moved. Yeah, so a JSON array that contains the character entity is what we'll expect from execution results. Help me out here. Execution results, players moved. Or player characters moved. There we go. So there's our new test. Player character moved should include the character entity when we move the x coordinate. 1 + 1 = 2 on a good day. Yeah. On a bad day, 1 + 1 = 1.999999, repeating, of course. Okay, so this is specifying what I want to happen, and right now it's not because I have not written the code yet. All right, so in here, yeah, you know it, Tim. I suppose we're accumulating in results, right? So this is when the position changes, so I should have an else if type position. I guess I'm going to do what these other things do. We check to see if the entity is also a player. Yeah. So I'm going to do a with component of type. So components with entity component of type player and entity. And we're going to say int entity const JSON value, pause component. No. Player component. Oh, is this a rounding error clip? I'd like to see it. Hold on, we need to actually see it like it should be seen. There we go. And then play. Oh, wait a minute. Couple problems. Full screen didn't work because we're doing it on ultra wide. So how do I can do it like that. And then the other thing is I need to enable the audio so you can hear it. You're going to hear pops if people talk.
250 plus 250, that's 100. 250 plus...
Yes. 250 plus 250 is 100. Is that Tim math? I'm becoming more and more like T.S. Jost every day, aren't I? I shouldn't tease like that. All right. If we're changing the position of something, or setting it for that matter, don't I want the previous component anyway? We already get it. So component is the previous value, right? Oh, wait a minute. I want to do it before. I want to check before and after, don't I? Yeah, I want to do it before and after. All right, so that means we're removing it out of this else if. taking that out. And we're going to do a compare before and after. So, if the type is position, then I want to see what it current. If the type is position and it's a player, then I want to see what it was before and what it is after. I record the previous, don't I? I record the previous here, oh, but I don't do it there. I ought to, though. I wonder if it damaged anything to do that here. Actually, why don't I just do it always? What's the harm in it? I can just always include what the component had previously. So then I can compare down here if the previous X, Y, and Z are different. All right, so that means I'm going to have a flag here, right? Player moved. False. If player moved, then we're going to, the results has to have it. I mean, what am I talking about? If the, right, if, can we do it this way? Auto and, players moved equals results players moved. Can I do this? Can I say if players moved get type is JSON value type invalid? And then can I just reassign it? I think I can. So I just say that's not standard, JSON array. And then I can say players moved add the entity to it. And know if it's moved though, we have to look at the previous and the current position. So the current is what? Is component. So we have component. Ultimately it's component. So we just compare previous with component then. So for the different keys, right? So static const standard vector of strings important keys and that's X, Y, and Z for zone or Z as some people might say. Anyone here use 3 as a pi approximation? Wasn't that the state of Illinois? Or was it? State law value of pi. Yeah, it was Alabama. They had a yeah, Snopes. Oh no, Snopes says it's false. Why does Snopes say it's false? I thought it was true. Oh, it was Indiana. Indiana House of Representatives unanimously passed a measure regarding the calculation of the area of the circle that assigns various values to pi other than 3.14. It died in the Senate, though. So what if there's no link to it? Can I just search for that? Indiana. Or Indiana Pi Bill. What did it actually say? I'm looking for the short answer. New mathematical truth, right? Okay, so it's a little bit more complicated than that pi is equal to 3. Yeah, it was funny that it almost got passed into law in the state of Indiana. And it was like total nonsense. How pi was nearly changed to 3.2. That's the same one, right? Video on the topic. Thank you, T.S. Jost. Control G, it'll make it easier. Oh, I already closed it. Sorry. All right, the important keys. So for const auto, important key in important keys. If, what did I call it? Results previous. We should just get a reference to that. Right here. Previous. Const auto previous equals that. If previous important key is not equal to component important key, then two things have to happen. We have to say player was moved. True, and then we want to break. All right. So if anything is different, we mark that to true and escape. And actually, I can just totally return early, can't I? Out of this lambda, and then that can only be set on that line. So if that's true, then we add the player to be moved. So there we go. Oh, this says removed. That should be moved. Hey there, Cthulhu. Why does Yuri only have 0 points? You should have more points, Yuri. Because you've been helping out with stuff. I'm gonna give you 5 points. Oh, didn't you have points with your other character name? With your other Twitch name? What was it? Hold on, let me check. It might be the point migration thing. This name. Oh, you didn't have points with the old name either. Oh, yeah. So I should mention this little thing over there. I figured I'd add it both to the coding stream and the gaming stream. The uptime should match the actual uptime. That way you don't have to look it up. But it might be a little funny in the coding stream because it might intersect with some of the code lines. I haven't really figured out where exactly I want to put that thing up there. Actually, it's better for me to just point to it. That thing there, I'm not actually sure where I want it to go. Only I can do that, the points command. I have 0 points, though. Points, TS Jost, 23. Points, Tim, 4. I should have all the points? Yeah, I should say I have an infinite number of points, shouldn't it? A forehead thing for me? Should I put it right on top of my forehead? How would I do that? Unlock. So like that. Put it in black or something. Nah. I'm gonna leave it there for now. Oh, it's not that, Tim. You have a good excuse. You have a lot of work that you're probably doing. Wait a minute. Hold on. What? It's null? Oh, because the key is in a different name. This should be player characters mode. I suppose I should be consistent. And with this too, I should say player character move. There we go. We'll be consistent. Do I have a thread ripper? What's a thread ripper? Oh, J18? That's just something that Ninja does for me. It's just something that is built in to the build system generated by CMake. So, thank you CMake and or Ninja people. It's not something I did though. AMD CPU architecture. Oh, Threadripper. Okay. Why is it still null? think I need to step through this now. And so right here with this test, let's do it. We never get there. Okay, that's a problem. Did it return early or something? Perhaps there. Debug. Wait a minute, why is it not hitting my breakpoint? Does it I did do modify component. Didn't I? Oh, okay, now I'm confused. Go back. What is the log? 8698. It's a modify component, so what's the deal? Maybe I screwed this up somehow. Base index plus 1. All right, what did I do wrong here? Oh, did I not do mobilize? Oops. Mobilize. Because I didn't copy from the boilerplate. The executor has to be mobilized to do anything. Now it's probably a different problem. Okay, so we're getting to that breakpoint. And we're getting to there. And then we should get into there and... Yeah, so we get into there. Okay, so it is true. So continue. Oh, the type is null, not invalid. Okay, so this code is bad. All right, I need to fix that one then. Okay, see you, Tim. Thanks for being here. Evening streams should be starting again tonight. Okay, yeah, I miss your morning streams because of the time difference. It's those evening streams where I normally see you. All right, so this I need to code differently because it doesn't give me invalid, it gives me null, which is probably because of how this assignment works. Let me actually see that. I need value.cvp, and I need operator assignment. Really, no, it's not operator assignment, it's operator index. The non-const version. Here it is. Yeah, it returns a special nullish. And same thing. Oh, wait a minute. Is it because it's not an object? It's because it's not an object. Results is not an object? Okay, I didn't expect that. Results not being an object is strange. It should be an object. So then why did it not? Oh, what is this? Set key. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's adding a new one and making its value null. Okay, I know what to do. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Who's heard of the Collatz conjecture or Goldbach's conjecture? Nope, haven't heard of it. Sorry. So this should be null. If it's null. Whoa. I wonder why did I choose to say null and not invalid. Telling you, Yuri, I think you're a lot more knowledgeable about these things than other people are. Hey there, Kindred. How are you doing today? I'm addressing you because you chatted. I'm not sure if you chatted on purpose. I don't know what the NP was for, but Sorry if I lurked you. You guys should check out Kindred's stream, by the way. He's got one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen, and he's quite far advanced in developing it, and it's just it's a fun stream overall. I like to hang out there late at night for me. And mostly I lurk, and I enjoy the cool look and feel of the game. Oh, no problem for the follow. Okay. I see. I don't like to point out lurkers, but I'll say thank you to and not address to any person in particular. If someone follows and isn't chatting, I'm trying to follow the principle of not calling out lurkers, but I still like to thank people who follow, so I'll just say thank you for the follow, so that they don't feel obligated to chat. But if you do chat, fair game. Got it. Yeah, Kindred's a pretty good game dev. And in a different style, I would say, right? You're using less coding and more of the tools. You dug your own grave. But you're like me. You're a dad and a programmer and a aspiring game dev. So I kind of understand some of that. Yeah, I'm in the middle of a problem that led from a problem which led from a problem. The root problem was like above my head. I'm trying to build a proper look game system. So here's my game. And if you imagine that I'm a player here and not the GM, I should be able to walk up to this box and say, look at the box, and it would create an interaction state between the player and the box to allow us to see what's in the box and then manipulate the items. And then when I move again, it should break that interaction. So it's these mechanics of creating and breaking these interactions that have led me down into adding missing pieces into the game system. So, for example, to know when to break the interaction, it could be broken because I moved, or it could be broken because the GM was a jerk and teleported me like that. Right, it got teleported away from the box. Either way, I need to detect that the container interaction should be broken. So I took it all the way down into the depths of the engine here, where if a character is moved, actually, why did I call it this? Reported in result. Oh, right. If a player character is moved, we report that in the results. This player character is moved, and then the next level up in the engine will say, if any characters are moved, check if they're in a container interaction. If so, break it. Shimlar. So yeah, my game is inspired by Ultima 5 or Ultima 4. It's we established this today earlier in chat. It is a MUD, a multi-user dungeon. That is the genre. I didn't mean to minimize that. MUD dungeon. I misspelled dungeon. A multiplayer, real-time virtual world, usually text-based. Combine elements of role-playing, hack and slash, player versus player, interactive fiction, and online chat. So this is pretty much pegs what my game is. It is a MUD. But you can also think of my game as online RPG if you want. And I've never seen Shimlar, but if Shimlar is anything like that, then yep, that's what I'm aiming at. There you go. It's a MUD. Yep, so that's what I'm trying to build. Because I'm not an artist. I'm not nearly as good as you are, for example, in making 3D models or background animation, background content and animation and stuff like that. So I'm trying to keep the graphics to a minimum and focus more on story content later in the form of like what a MUD would have, a lot of text interaction. And there might be visual clues, but they're going to be really basic. So like, for example, this is supposed to teleport us over to here. And there might be hidden things like maybe you can pass through a wall here and there's a new area to explore, right? I'm trying to do that kind of a thing. I know it is. It's very beautiful. And there are Easter eggs built into it. Did you know, Cthulhu, that in Kindred's game, there is an Adam C. Eunice reference? So now Cthulhu, you're going to have to play Kindred's game to find that reference, aren't you? See, Kindred, this is how we hook them. We tell them that, like, there are references to their favorite streamers in the game, and now we don't tell them exactly what it is. We get them to play the game to find the reference. This is like over 9,000 level marketing. Yeah, Cthulhu, there's a reference to Adam C. Eunice's stream and game inside Kindred's game. Yeah. I'm not going to say what it is. You're going to have to get Kindred's game to find out. Unless Kindred tells you. I don't want to say because, you know, it's his game, and if he wants to tell you what the Easter egg is, he can tell you. You're going to have to ask Kindred how to sign up. You probably have to watch his stream. See, there's another subtle marketing thing. Now you not only need to play Kindred's game, you have to actually watch his stream to figure out how to play. So this is now I've gotten 2 plugs for him. Isn't that's how it works, right? Yeah, wishlisted on Steam. I think I did that. Wishlisting on Steam, something I didn't know about until last year, really helps out independent developers because it boosts the importance of the game and all the search algorithms and things. Yeah, see, Kindred's a master at this. He's like subtly comes in and already he's getting this stuff marketed. Now I like the idea that indie game developers and just streamers in general who are streaming science and tech kind of content coding are best served by helping each other out. I use doctype HTML. Is that bad? I will put that in my notebook to research later. Probably I just copied it from somewhere else. And that's one trap I fall into. I copy things from one place to another, not really understanding, and then it loses context. What was I doing here? Did I get this to pass and I was just killing time? Yeah, okay, so I should not have been killing time. Let's just run all the executor tests. So the executor now is letting all subscribers of the executor know that if a player was moved, it's added to this array. So the next level up from that would be the coordinator. So we would check if this exists as an array. If so, we should go look through all these entities and invoke the game system to say break the container interaction, right? So let's do that. That would be in this level. So instead of end container interaction when looking, it would be end container action when moving. End container interaction when moving. So add a test user, make them look into a container. Okay, and they have to have, no, they don't have to have a position. We just have to pretend that they moved. So it's not a player, it's going to be some action gets executed. Yeah, so why don't we just take the same action? This action gets executed. So I'm going to put that right here. An action gets executed. Player entity goes here. We're just pretending. We don't actually have a position for the player, but we're pretending they did and they got moved or something, right? And this should probably just use this variable. That would make sense. Actually, what am I doing here? I don't think this is right. Let me find where this is done elsewhere here. Up. Right here. This is more correct in this test fixture. This is where I need to do more refactoring. I should have helper functions do this and not have to copy paste a bunch of crap. Ultimately, this is the action I want though, so that should go in place of this thing. Oh, this already is a thing. Okay, so I just need the body here pasted up here. And then I'm good, right? And then I delete all this other stuff. All right, good. So we're pretending that the journal got this command, and we're pretending that the executor published a, this is where it all hooks in. This player characters moved goes here, and this becomes an array that has the player in it. Player entity is in this array there. So we're pretending that we moved the player when we do this. And oh, did I modify the wrong thing? No. This is just wrong here. Oh yeah, this shouldn't matter. So forget that. It's all about the game dev community. And I think it's also the independent pixel artist community and the independent coder community too. Anything independent, we have to kind of look out for each other. Hey there, Stormdrag One. So yeah, I would extend it to be. Thanks for the follow there, Stormdrag One. I would extend it to be not just game dev, but any kind of independent work. The communities that form around that are best served by the members being mutually supportive. It's not until you get really big, I think, that you need to worry about competition. Okay, in container and moving. Right. Make sure I'm doing this right. So, yeah, so this is exactly what I want. That when the executor tells the coordinator the player got moved, the response should be to end the container interaction. Oh, this is not the... This is the correct... Oh, I have two things called entry. So... what am I going to do here? Oh, it's not going to do that, is it? It's going to issue the event. How do I check if something's been issued? I did somewhere else. It's invoke systems. When is that called? Where do I test that? I guess I would look for event here. Is this what I need to do? No. Wait a minute. So, yeah, we're not looking that this got published. We're looking that this event was actually invoked. Oh, what am I making? You can check it out here. There's also a brief little YouTube video that explains it. So making a game that's inspired by Ultima 4, Ultima 5. So it's a MUD, multi-user dungeon, an online RPG, text and chat kind of game. And this is a little test world that I'm running around in. I'm the GM. That's why it says GM above my name. I chose to be a tiger because tigers are awesome. They're like big cats, and I love cats. So working today on this thing with the green square around it is what I want to turn into a special thing you can interact with in the game, which is a container, right? And I want players to be able to walk up to a container like that, look into it, and be able to see the items in there and drag them in and out of the inventory. So working on that today. I got a lot of commands to explain certain things, so feel free to ask questions. I can also explain things that aren't covered by commands. The part I'm not remembering here is how do I check to see if a system was invoked? Do I put this on the... Oh, do I need to actually put a system in place that checks for it? Invoke system. I forget how I did this. You have to start to make a game, but it is on scratch. Yeah, mine was from scratch too. If you make something from scratch, be prepared to have it take a long time to make, unless you keep the scope of your project small. If you try to be ambitious, like make a multiplayer game like what I'm doing, be prepared to have it take years. If you make a small scope project, like a small game, probably can get it in months or even weeks. Or if you're really, really talented, maybe a few days, like in a game jam. I don't know if I could say I'm talented enough to make something in a game jam. A website, okay. That's a bit smaller in scope. Definitely you can do that. Oh, a game in Scratch? So the Scratch website, I get it, yeah. Why did I choose T2 Micro? Because it was free. The free tier of Amazon Web Services, you get it for an entire year free. Run whatever you want on that T2 Micro. So now that I'm off the free tier, I'm paying for it anyway. I might as well. I need to increase the memory of it. So I need to need to pick an instance type that's got a little bit more memory than T2 micro. My kids used to love making stuff in Scratch. Unreal Engine. Then now you're going into the category of AAA, right? Like Kindred's game is written in Unreal. What am I looking for? I should be looking in the tests here. It would probably be in common, if anything. I would have systems in here. Invoke. No. The mock web game, mock connection. Do I actually just have to register a system? Actually, that is exactly what I'm going to have to do. The system has to be in place and it has... Okay, I know what I need to do. So it does need to do that as a side effect of running the system. So this should be... if that's before... and we're appending it at that entry, then this should be before +2, and that's a +1. And we'll call this one new entry. And that should be an ECS command that does that, yeah. What's wrong here? Oh, command got reused. Okay, we can just take off the const of command and just reuse the variable name like that. A first-person shooter is just a guy with a gun walk around and avoid in shooters. Yeah, so that that's fairly easy to get to. I think because I've seen a lot of people working with Unreal Engine, and like almost right away out of the box you can get that, right? Will this be live on the game? I'm not sure what you mean. Don't quite understand that question. The trick is to add the things that the Unreal doesn't give you for free. I mean, I guess it's a good starting point that they give you, but you have to like, at some point you're going to hit the difficult parts where you're making something that's unique from everything else. Like where you can play it in the game. You mean like what I'm working for, will it be on the productions? Like where you can actually play it? Yeah, and the next time I deploy this into production, yes. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Hey there, MindSpike. What I'm working on generally, I develop it in the test environment, and then after a certain number of days, or when I feel like I've gotten things stable, then I push it into production. So I do a deployment. I'll build the game for Linux and copy it over to AWS, and then update the game there. So the game in production is always going to lag a little bit. Okay, so this is still broken. How so? Oh, only one entry got added. Okay. So it didn't invoke the game system. All right, it should though. So let's see why it didn't. Storm World Studios, is that where you're doing your Scratch games? Cool. Oh, wait. I know why it's not working, because I didn't implement it yet. I'm like, why isn't it working? Because I did not implement it yet. It's in the executor. It's in the ECS test, but it's not in the ECS code. So that would be on ECS executed. There we go. Yeah, so it's here. I just dumb. So it's if results has this key, player characters moved. Then we have to enumerate, and for each one we're going to invoke the system, right? So for size t. Okay, we have to just get a reference to it. Const auto that equals results with that key. For I equals 0, I is less than that dot get size plus plus I, and then we're doing impl invoke systems. And what did I call it? It would be in look. And container interaction. Oh, the event is more complicated than that, right? It's a JSON object with a type equal to end container interaction. And then it has to have the entity reference, right? Player. So player will be player characters moved I. Like that. There we go. Did it. We did it, chat. You found a lot of bugs in the intern's login page? Cool. So if you let me know what those are, not right now in the stream, but some other way, that'd be cool. Okay. Now that I've added the code I'm actually testing, let's see. Okay, still didn't get there. So let's see. Is it getting in here at all? Debug. Yes, it is. So it should be invoking all the game systems. So this thing is, does it get here? Yes, it does. Okay. Container entities 42. Oh, it doesn't do it immediately. It sends feedback to do it. Got it. So I misunderstood the parameters of the test. It doesn't actually cue it to happen, it sends feedback. So I need to look at the feedback stuff then. Feedback. Yep, Nui has been watching for a while. Do I not check the feedbacks? I'm wondering if this is the right place to be doing these tests. Not here, but here. Feedbacks. No, I'm not. The thing is, I'm leveraging the look system because that's the only way I know that the system was invoked is if something responds to it. The only other way would be if I had... Actually, the better way would be for me to include a test system. The only way I could do that is through Lua. Do I want to do that? Lua. I'm not doing that anywhere in this test fixture yet. Oh, and hello, Nui, by the way. Feedbacks from Git or the errors from the language? Don't know. Don't know what you mean. The cat might be on the heating pad, actually. Heating pad? Yeah, the cat is cold up there on that tower sometimes. Okay, so yeah, this won't happen immediately. It goes through the feedback system, so I can look at the look tests. And I hate doing it, but I would, to make it work right now, I would just copy this to the other place. This is assuming that it's available here. It might not be. Oh, it's not. Shoot. So how do we get feedbacks? Wait a minute, what? Where is that defined? in the ECS tests. Okay. So where do we... Oh, we have a register of feedback delegate. Okay. Let me find a different way to test this. This is not what... how would I write it, though? Ultimately, we want to know that... I guess I can start with pseudocode. Actually, what it literally does is this. Type player. Right, so I kind of want ultimately a JSON object for like, so expect equal, I guess we can say we might get a vector of them, so standard vector of JSON objects with this in it. That. For, and then I need to invent a word here, so systems invoked or something, or events, system events. So that I need to put somewhere. Yeah, so I suppose we can make that up here. So this is vector of JSON values. And then I'm going to need to set something up, right? It's just like I do in the other test fixture down in here, this common, where we did this. So we need to set up, okay, let's declare it correctly. Sure. We'll be more formal about it. That we have methods and we have properties. And don't need that. So we have a setup and a teardown. And we're just defining them in place, actually. So the setup would be, I need to hook into the system somehow. How do the systems work? It's right here. It's a member of components. Whoa, how did I get here? Oh, I was there. Right here. Okay, there's this. It's a constant vector right now. I wonder if I should just add a test hook. So that would be like an additional little thing for testing here. Or either that, or I can just make this not const, and then I can have a test hook which adds a system. Why don't I do that? I just remove the const there, and then I can have a test hook that adds a system. Systems have to be... Why is... It can't find the type, my types sometimes. Why is this so hard? Feedbacks from the code you're using right now in Lua. Also, why is offset parent table caption null, head foot null set to no? I don't remember. I don't know the context of that, Yuri. I'm sorry. Maybe you could write that down and I can look at it later. I can also I can actually go look back through the chat logs and reconstruct what you're talking about later, I guess. I'm looking for systems and I couldn't click on it. Because the IntelliSense is all screwed up. Maybe it's time to reload. If I control... Oh no, now it brought it to me. Oh, it has to be a member function? Oh, shoot. Okay. Let's not screw with it then. It's const again. I could just leverage the fact that this ends up calling Lua. This one right here, it goes into the script host. So it's going to be a little messy, but I can do it. I don't really want to do that, though. I'd rather just have a way to subscribe custom systems. Or just a hook. A test hook for this thing. What's the difference between CPP and HPP files? Yeah, I thought there was a command for it, too. Is it CPP? No, that's different. Let's make a command. So add com HPP. Raimu prefers to use the HPP file extension for header files meant to be used only from C++ versus .h for header files which can be used either from C or C++. It's really just a personal preference there. HEP. That's what it is. It's just if it is .hpp, that means it's probably got C++ keywords in it, like namespace. And so if a C program source code tried to include this header, it wouldn't work. If it's .h, though, then you could either use it from C or C++. So you could still have stuff like namespace, whatever, in a .h file, but you have to, I'd want to put something like extern C in front of it, or no, if def C++ around this to make sure that it's only used if you are using a C++ compiler. And then you might have a pound else for alternatives to that. Oh no! I'm sorry, Toulouse. Aluminum foil, was that sharp? Wow. Ouch. Wow. I guess when you must have sheared it off and... Oh no, we don't want picks. No. no TS Jaws. No picks. Systems, right? I think I'm just going to have a custom hook for testing. So that would be in the outer interface. Components HTTP outer here, right, for testing. So we can invoke a system. Let's have one for like setting a system hook. All right, let's just put it right here. Void set system hook. So it's just going to be a function that returns nothing and gets the same arguments that system gets. All right, and we'll say set up a delegate to be called whenever any game system is invoked. And this needs to have a name. Hook. Hook. This is a delegate to be, or which is function, to be called whenever any game system is invoked. The arguments given to invoke system are passed as is to the delegate. All right, so I've done it. It's for testing purposes only. So where this is defined, and that was wrong. Let's try again. Really? I can't go to the definition of that? It just takes me to some random spot? I think maybe I need to reload. This is like a hard boot to the IntelliSense. So then control click. Why is it bringing me to that line? Now I'm getting mad. Okay, there. It was like some kind of weird delay. Okay, so right here, paste components. We're gonna get this to protect against other threads, and I'm gonna go impl system hook equals hook. And then I'm gonna add that to near here. Right here. So system hook. If set this function, this delegate function is called whenever I set it so up here. And then I can just copy these ones, right? This is the name of the system of Vogue, the event, and the current game time. Awesome. And then the implementation would be inside invoke system. Actually, is this called from more than one place? I think it is. So I should be careful here. It's where this variable is used. And that's going to be everywhere, isn't it? Hold on a second. Let me I need to take a break for just a minute. Oh, one start. I'll be back in just a minute. Oh, how much over did I go? Yeah, fancy new BRB screen. What do you guys think? Or how do you folks think? I shouldn't say guys. Such a bad word for me to be using. Oh, I didn't say hi to Dalek. Oh, you would ask what is the difference between CPP and HPP, right? Alright, you guys like the BRB screen? I had to put something in there. Mr. Muffles is back? Or is waving? I think I see some repetition. I'm going to fix that later. It's these two places I need to call the thing, right? We should do it first. If impl system hook, then call it this event game time. What's wrong with this one? Oh, it should be system name. Oh, so that should be in... Wait a minute, no, then there's no system name, it's just event. Thank you for that follow. Farming cat points. Alrighty. Hey there, Tropical Banana Man. I'm okay. Getting close to that... I should reduce the number of points required, right? I don't think it's getting invoked enough. The cat's not on the cat tower anyway, so don't redeem it now. I don't actually know where the cat is. Actually, I know where the cat is, but he's not on camera. So you won't get to see it, the cat getting pet anyway. Okay, I messed this up, right? There's no system name. No, I'm the wrong place for me to do it. It's this hook that doesn't have a system name. And then in this header, this system name is not present either. Then back here, when we invoke it, it's just the event and the game time. And then the other place too, right here. Okay, so that should allow me to register a custom hook down in here. Where? Not there. Here. So we'll make one here. So void or whoops. Actually, I could just do a lambda, right? So I can say components. No, not components. No, yes, component system. Set system hook. There we go. And then capture this, and the arguments are given here. Yeah, only redeem him when he's live on Beast TV. Exactly. 24/7 is hard to do, T.S. Joss. Because he moves around. Actually, you know, it's easier than most cats. He really is only in one of 3 places. Outside, which would be hard to film, on his cat tower, or on his heater spot. I just need another cam for the heating pad, or put the heating pad on the cat tower. I don't know if he'd like that though. Okay, I just need to record it, right? So system events dot push back event, and we're done. Is it that easy? And then I just make sure that system events matches that. And this is JSON value. There we go. Give the cat a selfie stick. I laughed because that was actually the goal in one of those what was it? It was a group of security researchers who would drive around and try to sniff public Wi-Fi. So the idea was to have a cat who's wandering the neighborhood anyway, attach some kind of thing on their collar so that they could track public Wi-Fi, and then they tried to like get other gear on it, and like, for example, you could put a camera on that, right? And it's it turns out to be really hard to put gear on a cat, because cats hate having things on them. So the best they could do was like something that was basically like just a trinket on a collar. That's the best you can do. Otherwise, a cat will like not want to wear it. Okay, why is this not building? Lock. Ooh, didn't expect that. 2245. What's wrong with this one? Incompatible. Oh, because this doesn't exist. Put a chip on him, have a drone filming him up close. Totally safe, not loud or dangerous at all. No, it would have to be a black ops drone of some kind, right? Totally silent. That would totally not malfunction ever. All right. Man, this bugs me that it can't remember where my tests are until I click on that tab. Oh, wait, is that because I reloaded? Okay, we'll give it a pass this time. Ooh, we got a crash. Debug it. Timekeeper's not set. How do we get here? Daily report? Raft change? The time didn't just change. Wait, what? How did we get into append a daily report from this test? This is really random. Huh? Wait, what? I don't get it. How does the... Oh, did it not mobilize? No, mobilize should have... This should have set up a timekeeper. Wait a minute. That's really random. I mean, that is a null pointer. Why is it calling this at all? Random. I'd run it again. Now it's always crashing, and it's crashing on something I didn't think I touched. Okay, so I must have screwed something up. Oh boy. Okay, we're done with git k. Encode item. Set system hook. Just out of curiosity, does it have to do with those hooks at all? So what if I just comment that out? Weird. Oh, I overrode from the base class. Okay, I didn't call it. There's stupid object-oriented programming. This inherits from a common set of setup, and we didn't do that. So this has to call common setup. And this should also call... I don't even need the teardown. I should just not overwrite it, right? Why can't I call common setup? Inaccessible, why? Oh, set up. Yeah, okay, that's what it is. This is one reason why I like to avoid object-oriented programming and inheritance, is because you forget if you have 3 classes in a hierarchy, so this one inherits from this one, which inherits from this one, that if the middle one overrode setup and the topmost one, you know, the most specialized, overrode it again, you have to call the middle one. It doesn't automatically chain the method calls if you override them. All right, back to the test down here. And of course it forgot about where my tests are. Yeah, inheritance can be a pretty big pain. All right, run it. Okay, that is because we didn't get the system call, right? So let's find out why. Again, that should be on on ECS executed. Okay, I already have a breakpoint set to debug it. So we get to here. Okay, it should have invoked it. I guess we'll step in. Can I please step into what I care about? Okay, there we go. Then invoke it again. So we're going into the system hook. I don't actually think this will work. Yeah, so I couldn't see, but back in the test itself, we should be able to see that. In the this, I should see system events. There are 3 of them. Oh, we're seeing extra junk. Actually, why is it empty then? Hold on. We get to here. How did it become empty? I don't know why. Okay, restart. Go. Why are we hitting this line? Let's just remove all breakpoints. I just want to see that line. Can we get to that one, please? Did I not build it or something? Ah, you're back. Hi again, Red Rampage Crumpet. He just, he has children. Their names are Tim and Raimu. Just kidding. Run it. It says it gets down to line 4397. Oh, 4397. Oh, shoot, I forgot to remove that stuff. Wait a minute. That's the wrong line number. I don't think it's actually rebuilding. Okay, change something and build again. Okay, and then run it. Okay, and okay, that line number is correct. Then can I debug and get to that line? Why am I getting here? Oh, the command is freed. Ooh, how did that happen? Oh, that invoke causes things to be appended, doesn't it? Okay, so that's bad. Yeah, because the journal could be changed by this, so I need to do this after the other things. Yep. Okay, so this has to be moved. I wonder if this other thing will be a problem too. What is it? No, it's just doing a subscription thing. This one actually invokes systems, so I need to do this last. The very last thing we do. Yeah, because invoke systems can have the side effect of appending more commands, so that will interfere with looking at the last command. Okay, so debug again. Okay, so we didn't crash. What are the system events? Why is it printing blank when there are 3 of them? Does it not know how to print out a non-empty vector of JSON values? Run. Why does it have blank? It's not blank. Why is it telling me it's blank? I need a break if you get that loopy. I don't know. There are 3 things in the list, obviously. Is the 3rd thing correct? Ooh, what happened there? I can't mouse over is flaky. Object. Okay, so there it is. But why does it print empty array there? Oh, maybe I don't have... No, what? What? Why empty? Oh, is it crashing? In append? What? What's it doing here? A plus equals is exception. There's an exception here. What is... Okay, that's a standard string. And that's another standard string. So what's the exception? It's been freed somehow. What? This just gets weirder and weirder. So it can't encode the result? It's trying to print the result, but it can't because there's some bug here. Oh, if it's the previous line, isn't it? Impl is bad. Okay, what is this impl? It's the JSON value? This one? Yeah, that one's bad. So that value is bad. All the way out here. This value is good. Is it because it's iterating, Oh, wait. It's using my iterator pattern. Why is it doing that? No, the container is a vector. It's not my iterator pattern. It's been deleted. Probably one of the bugs you found. You were looking in that area. We'll figure it out. It's like a temporary value has been deleted. All the way back out. Load more. Load more. Can't open these files. All right, I need to see these names. Here's my test. So we're on that line. Okay. Print 2. The value is invalid somehow. It's been freed. This value is... Okay, let's shorten this down again. This value's already been freed at that point. Yeah, so it's when it's iterating the vector. Vector of JSON values. Oh, is it being... It's being modified while it's being printed to. That's the thing. Okay. That's because there's this extra event in here that got in there. What's this extra event? Type what? String. What's the string? Update. Oh. Okay. All right. it's another thread. It's a threading issue. So it's in the test framework here. This is being written to from another thread. So also the other problem is I only really care about this event happening. So I should just sample it and then look at what if this is one of the events that happened. So a couple things here. I need to sample the events. I guess I can do that by just removing the hook. But I'm racing the components when I do this. So I should just have a mutex here. Mutex. There's no bug in JSON. The bug is that this hook pushes back on system events from one thread, and then we're looking at it from a different thread. So there's nothing to do with JSON. It's that the JSON value, the iterator simply got invalidated while it was iterating. So mutex. Mutex. Why not? Actually, does the common have a mutex in it? It might. Nope. Okay, so let's lock guard it. Decal type mutex. Lock mutex. And then maybe make another method where we sample these. So sample system events. And that is defined as getting the mutex and returning system events. You found a few bugs in the JSON? Well, let me know what they are. That one has its own repository, by the way. So that's github.com/rimo8354/JSON. So that you could actually fork and do pull requests and log and report bugs on if you want. So I'm going to use sample system events then. There. That should fix that problem. Only the other problem will be there are other events in there I don't care about. So we're going to want to do a little bit more elaborate here. Bool found end container interaction. And then expect true that we did find it. And then we're going to here const auto for const auto event in sample system events. If event type equals this, then a reduced form of this expect equal goes in there. And found is true. So we're not looking at the whole vector, we're just looking at the event now. There. Take that, bug. Recently picked up a nice laptop and appears to have stopped charging. Turns out it was a guess he plugged it into a bad outlet. Now it's charging. You have to wait over 2 hours for it to oh. Well, that's good and bad, I guess. The laptop's fine, but now you have to figure out what's wrong with the outlet. Okay, after all this, will it pass? No. It could not find it. Why not? Let's debug it and find out why. Debug. What's the event type? Event. Wait a minute. What? Oh, it's entry, not event. Event. Type. Start. Okay, and then the next one is update. And then there it is, end container interaction. Oh, it found it that time. Is there a race? There should not be a race, so why is it sometimes passing and sometimes failing? Oh, did I just... No, I do set it to true. What the heck? Wait a minute. When I debug it, I hit that line. And then it doesn't fail. What's the difference? Shoot. That's really odd. Reboot the machine and it was charging again. So what if I debug to there? I won't see it. No. When I run it, how come when I run it in the debugger it passes, and when I run it normally it fails? Let's do printf. C string. Take that. Got to resort to printfs if the debugger functions differently. It's not going into that. Is that what that's telling me? Hello? Hello? This thing on? How long has it been since I last stretched? It's been a while. Let me fix this first. It's never getting this system sampled. Why not? Hey there. Hey now. The cat is nowhere near the cat tower. Just a minute. It should print something there. Okay, so if I run this in the debugger, does it print it? How do I see the output in the debugger? Where is the output when we're in the debugger? That's not it. Is it debug console? Oh, here it is. So run to completion. Okay, that's it. This is stumping me. Why do I get a different result if I'm in the debugger than when if I just run it? Getting a different result. It's passing the test when I'm running in the debugger and not when I'm just running it. Maybe this is screwed up. It's running the wrong thing. I wouldn't put it past it. So simple, but it's not a reference. It's returning a copy. We're getting the lock here. Oh, wait. The events. Hold on. When does the event actually fire? That would be right here. Debug. What thread is that in? It's in the main thread. It's in the main thread as a result of this callback here, this publish. So it had to have inserted it. In fact, if I continue, it should go to this place here. There. It's all in the main thread, so I'm not racing anything. What if we do printf? There are ZU events. System events size. Zero events. So I don't need the hello anymore. Why is it 0 when it gets down to sampling them? Why would it not enter this at all? Let me print something here. Hey there, CM Griffing. I am currently stumped by a really weird bug. If you're new here, check out this link. If you want to see my game here, there's a link. So we've figured out today that the genre for the game I'm working on, which looks like this, is a MUD. This is a MUD. A multi-user dungeon. Multiplayer real-time virtual world, usually text-based. Only mine has a little bit of graphics in there. Combines elements of role-playing games, hack and slash, player versus player, interactive fiction, and online chat. So that's what I'm working on. I'm working on a MUD inspired by Ultima 4 or 5. Looks like this, and we clipped this earlier, or TS Jost found this earlier. If you've ever seen this video, this is my life today. So I started looking at building up a proper look game system for container interaction because I want to be able to like look into this box and see what's in it. That led to one problem, which led to another problem, which led to a third problem, and now I'm in a problem where I have a test that fails when I run it without debugger. When I run it with the debugger, it does not fail. So I have no idea why, so I'm now reduced to doing printfs to see if things are happening. So, I'm just going to have it print that line if we get to this point. So how was your stream, Chris? Hey there, Copper Beardy. And FD God. And Code Spent. Howdy. Jiggity Jiggity Jew. And Albert. Where was your chat? Oh, there it is. Sounds fun. Yep. It's fun except for when you get stuck. And hey there, Chris. Your stream was good. I'm glad it was good. Glad it was good. So if you don't know CM Griffing, the Stream Parrot extension above my head was designed and built and tested and all that stuff by CM Griffing, and his stream is right now doing a lot of work surrounding that Stream Parrot extension or service and its associated marketing websites and other things. So CM Griffing knows pretty much all of the different web library, framework, whatever you want to call them out there. So Vue, Angular, React, he uses them all. So you should check out his stream if you want to learn more about web dev. Hey there, C17R. Bugs that can't be reproed under a debugger are usually a race condition or timing issue. That's why I looked at what thread the callback here was called in. So I put a breakpoint here, and it's in the main thread, which is the same thread we're doing here. So I suppose it could be a worker that is interacting with the main thread, but at a different, yeah, it could be a lot of different things. There's Sakalo. I recently enabled that Pepega on my channel, so now you can see Pepega. It did get called, but there are 0 events. That's bad. This combination shouldn't happen. So one level deeper would be, it got printed. Was there a character moved? So printf. This one moved, and then we're printing. It's a decimal, right? So interpret as a decimal this value here. Whoa. This one. All right, let's see if that happens. This one moved, number 1. Okay, I forgot to do a new line. But there are 0 events, which means that invoke systems didn't work. So let's look into invoke systems, which calls this one. Let's do something here where we'll reprint. So let's printf. I wonder if it has to do with this active flag. Could that be it? Let me print out first the event type. Event. And this is event type C string. And then we'll have system hook installed, system hook not installed. So when your debugger fails and you get different things depending if you debug or not, this can be handy, is to just do some other side effect that's observable. Wait a minute, where am I? I am here. Run this one. There is an event, but we didn't go. Ooh, what happened there? Oh, the start didn't happen. So if I debug that it does run it. Installed. Yeah, start, update. So what happened to start and update then? Happened to start an update. Feel free to report it. We have Discord for that too. Oh, you're aware of a bug with an emote within another emote? Yeah. That was what, Kappa clause or something? But it won't show up for me because I am ignoring myself in the overlay. By the way, TS Just, in this channel you can do Raimu good. And the overlay, okay, again, it ignores me, but that'll show me doing this, the one that you made. Oh, Kappa clause worked. So what's the one that didn't work? I am echoing in your head, Alt F4. You probably have me in your stream being hosted here. Something like that. All right. So the difference here is when I run it, it skips some steps. So how am I skipping steps? Is it running through the common setup? Setup. Because this should have done something. This should have set the configuration and all this good stuff. Set a delegate, set the timekeeper. Wait. I think it is a race condition. It is a race condition. I'm stupid. I don't need these printfs. That start event is called by the worker thread. So points go to C17R. Points, C17R, 10 points. You are now the double-digit point club, C17R. So C17R said, In their experience, bugs that can't be ripped on or debugged usually raise condition or timing issues. So it's because when I ran this in the debugger, right, and I show the debug console, this event has to go through before it will actually do any of these other events. This event is actually not issued by the main thread. It's issued by the worker thread. So I have to wait until that event happens. So, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a promise for that. We'll set it up in here because we can see it. We can just see if the event type is start, then we will have, okay, I need to have a it's under the future instead of promise, which I kind of think is backwards. I think it should be promise. What you end up using is a promise, and then I can do whatever I want in the promise. So we can say systems started, and then we'll, in the setup, we'll make the future for it. Systems have started, and I can do assignment. So I can basically say in the setup that equals that dot get future, and then we'll have another one for await systems started. Was the audio weird, like shuttery? Something wrong with the audio? So await system started is really easy, right? All we need to do is systems have started dot get value or dot wait. Actually, let's give it a timeout just in case. Wait for, how to use that again? This way, chrono. We'll wait up to 100 milliseconds, and then we'll just do an assert that it's ready. So assert that it's ready within 100 milliseconds. I can do that, right? Yes. Okay, so then we have to just set this down here. Set value. Easy peasy. So then I add to my test, before we do the act, back up here and assert, let's just wait for it. There we go. Await system started. All right, now go. Now it passes. And I can remove all the stupid printfs everywhere. Printf. Thank you, C17R. Reminding me to look for that, to think about that. So we don't need this. Interesting how they have these printfs. Oh, they're in the test. Yeah, all right. So I don't need these printfs anymore. Or these ones. I think that's it. All right, so maybe we're popping the problem stack. I've been going for 4.5 hours. Am I supposed to keep going now? I don't want to burn out. What did I put on my own schedule? Oh, this is a 5-hour day. Mondays are 5-hour days. Okay, so I got some time left. Maybe I'll get to the original problem, because I don't need this else anymore. Actually, you know what we can do? We can wait to hook the oh no, I do it. I hook it in setup, and then we do mobilize. So this has to happen after that. Okay, so never mind. But this should work now. You're watching my VOD at 3.5 speed to find all the hidden things. Find all the hidden things that you couldn't find. Maybe vice versa. I'll have to watch yours to see what I missed. Okay, so we've proven that now when we move, it will issue the end container interaction event. And then in the look system, that makes sure that when that event is issued, that where is it? That when that's issued, when that event is issued, and when that event is invoked on the systems, that it breaks the interaction and sends a message to the front end. So I just need to update the front end, right? This end container interaction. Actually, maybe that's already in the front end. No, it's not. So what is it in the front end? So that would be system messages. No, game message. Server messages? Server messages. Oh, there's a begin, but there's no end. Okay, let's add it. End game interaction, on game interaction. Actually, yeah, so then that would go above this one. It's going to be similar to on begin. I just want to dispatch a reflection. So reflect end container interaction. So index.js. There's a reflect begin. Let's make a reflect end. And then similar to where this is reduced, we'll reduce the end like that. This goes to false. And where do we set? Okay, so this is the code that this conjoined dialogues and containers. I don't want that fixed. All right, so there's nothing visual, but we'll see it in the Redux that this flag will go to false when we break our interaction with the container. So let me try it. Oh wait, there's one thing I forgot to do. I can't forget. I don't want to run it until I fix this. So all of these tests assume that players have a look component, and they don't right now. So that should be part of the data migration, is to add them. So that's part of what the executor does. So migration, get players equipment slots, move player equipment slots. Okay, where was this one? Create character tile if there's none login. Create character. Okay, it's one of these then. So there should be like an interact. Yeah, so just like this one. Duplicate. And I think all this is actually not needed. Create character look. If there's none. Actually, I don't want it to do on a login. That's obsolete. I don't want to do it here. I want to make it part of migration. Migrate. How come I'm not finding the other? Oh, it's migration. Whoa. Migration. Here we go. Yeah, so I want to copy this test. I'll move it to the end. The order doesn't matter. Migration, give player look component. Will your next Witness stream be? It might be later today. Depends on how I feel. I usually game in the evenings and on weekends, but the evenings can also be consumed with other things. Like chores and other things. Actually, there's 2 tests I need. This is the migration step, and then new players need it to be given too. The act would be the player exists. This doesn't matter. Player ID. This is not important. Then the act is the first thing that gets committed should force this player to now have a look component. So actually I can just make this easy. Expect equal JSON array empty for components get entity component type look character entity. Yes. I think that's all I need to do. There we go. So it's invalid. Let's fix that. Executor. Okay, so migrate game, right? Migrate game. Migrate ECS data about add any missing equipment slots. So add any missing components. So with all players of the game, so we're going to migrate add missing player components. Game state player record. So this doesn't exist, but this does. So let me just take this name and go to where this is defined and then add one after it. Doesn't need to be static, just void. Has the same arguments, the game state and the player record, right? Okay, so really it's just with entity component of type look for player character entity int entity const JSON value look component. We'll set a boolean has look component false. Set this to true. If not that, then make one. So that's game state components. Create int component of type look player dot character entity and then our empty array. Done. Very straightforward. That's a migration step. If this is a database, this would be some kind of script to add a column in the database. Okay, then the other part is that new characters have to have it. So let's look for interact. There should be something in here where we expect it to be equal. No, that's not it. Really, there's no place where we're testing the creation, so it would be register. Oh, where do we create? I even forget where I do this. Let's find out where this is done. This is on login, right? On gift points, what? Restore player. Oh, wait a minute. You could restore a player and then when they log... Oh, so that other code does need to be kept around. Because you could restore a player that didn't have that component. Oh, Oh, shoot, I didn't think about that. So migrating player data really has to wait until they do log in, because you could have restored an old player after you did the game migration. Okay. Then I did this test wrong. And this migration step is wrong too. So this we don't want to do. Never mind. I'm not doing it. So back out that test. So it is create, like, interact, right? We create these ones if they're missing on login. Yeah, this one's the closest one, so I'll just copy this again. So I was wrong before. I do want to do it on character login. Thank you for the follow there. So it's create character look, if none, but I'm pretty sure I don't need any of these, so I'm just going to remove them. The player might be required, though. Actually, no, it's not required. Is any of this required? The cat just did something bad. I thought I heard someone yelling at the cat upstairs. This seems like it should be moved into a helper. I'll worry about that later. Okay, so this should be that look as an empty array. Okay, see ya, Copperbeardy. Adulting things suck. That was 7 minutes ago. Sorry I didn't see that. Hey there, Elinol. Have a good day, Copperbeardy. Oh, and I forgot to say hi to Endurn. Endurn and I are both playing The Witness, by the way. Okay, so I need to implement this differently. So there's a part of the code right here. Here it is, actually. Here's where I'm going to add it. We look to see if it's there, and if it's not, well, let me add it the correct way. It's bool has look false, because I don't want to get a copy of it if I don't need to. With that int entity const JSON value look component has look equals true. Indent this now, and then I say if not has look, then create it. Create a look one. There we go. Yeah, you know what really sucks? Vacuum cleaners. Tomorrow morning? No. I'm working now pretty much every day in the morning. Maybe either the weekend or later today. All right. It's still failing? Oh, the cat's back on the tower. You know what that means. Oh, and he jumped off. Oh, did you put him on the tower? Someone put him on the tower and the cat didn't want to be there. What database am I using? Don't laugh at me, but right now my database is a huge JSON formatted text file. Everything that's in the game, all the entities in the game are serialized down to one huge monster JSON object, and that's written to a file. And also in JSON format are all of the game commands that are replicated across the cluster. And all of it's really just for my convenience in debugging. Once I get all the features in, then I can start optimizing. One of the first optimization steps will be to replace all the JSON stuff with binary or, custom data structures or database entries, right? So right now, no database, just a whole bunch of JSON. Okay, why? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Go back. It's invalid. Oh, does it escape early if the player component doesn't exist? Oh, right. So it's in the huge else. Okay, so the player has to exist. So let me copy. So this one has to exist. for this test to create one. That'll probably make it pass. So then there's another test where we create a new player, and I should test that separately. And hello, Linkens, by the way. Forgot to wave. Most MRPGs usually have a memory cache and a write buffer. It periodically writes to persistent store. Yeah, so I'm doing that too. I call that a snapshot. And I need that persistent store anyway to do the replication from one server to another. I have to actually send something from one server to another. So I'm like, might as well send the entire persistent store. If I were to move stuff to a database, then I suppose instead of replicating the database would be an independent cluster, and then I wouldn't need to include that to replicate a server. Why is this still failing? Okay, let's walk through it. Oh, okay, that's sure. These are all sure. Okay, so that should not be invalid. So then we go into here. Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong place. Wait, how has look true? Oh, I did interact. I'm a dummy. Okay, that's the problem. This needs to be, so I didn't need to do that actually. I had the wrong string. Yeah, the database itself can replicate. Yeah, so I would just, anything I move to a database, as long as the database is fault tolerant, I would no longer need to have in the raft, and so I wouldn't need to serialize it or transmit it. Okay, so where's the part where it creates it? Oh, it's completely independent. I was just misunderstanding this whole, yeah, because this all needs to be refactored. It's hard to read. This is deal with missing tile, deal with missing input component, deal with missing position, deal with missing capabilities, missing player, and then missing interact list, missing look, which is the stuff I just added. Okay, so we're all good. So it's just going to create it the first time if you don't have it. So then we are done. So I'm ready to make the release build of this. While that's building, let me update the front end a little bit. Actually, there's nothing much to do here, right? It's going to get a message back which shows the initial inventory, and we're not going to handle that. But it should show up in the console as an unrecognized message. So, yeah, I'm all set to run this. So it's just a matter of building this now. What to do while it's building? I could update the current task. So this is almost done. You can say that it's done, but okay, then the part that we're missing next. So right now we're testing the I'm going to call it the redesigned look game system for container interaction. Okay, then the next thing will be there are some missing pieces. Let me put this in the plan. So we did all of that before, so maybe I should just remove this. Yeah, we did that before. We added the look command. Yes, so we wanted to do that. Looking at an item container begins the interaction. We haven't done that yet, but let me do that later. So moving or explicitly ending container interaction breaks the interaction. Okay, and then also beginning a container interaction sends the container's contents to the player. We did that. What I haven't done yet is we can't see, we haven't seen what's in the player panel. We haven't been able to move them directly. So we did those top 3 and haven't done these down here. So the things that are other things that are missing are, I guess I can put them down here. Player should be told of any changes to the container or its items as long as the container interaction persists. So if some other player removes the pile of gold you're looking at, it should no longer be shown. It should be taken out. If someone puts an item in the box while you're looking at it, you should see it appear in the box, that kind of thing. Yeah, those are the missing things. What's an OLTP design? Okay, how are we on building this thing? Done. All right, cool. Why does it say it needs to reload? Yeah, we don't need to build anymore. All right, so we'll just need to stop the cluster update RVS and serve. And then I need to log in as a normal user. Log in. Remember me. Raimu, and it's Tiger Brush. Okay, so I'm going to look at the box and move, and that should have done the correct sequence in Redux. Let's pause it. Oh, we're still doing a game dialog escape. I shouldn't be doing that. Anyway, we did a look, S, which is south or down, and then receive, chat, look, direction. We sent to the game the direction. And then we received a message, begin container interaction, and it told us about the gold in the chest. Nice. And then we reflected the begin game interaction. And then at some point we should get back an end container interaction when we move. Don't think I did. Oh, here it is. Reflect end container interaction. When did that happen? All of these messages we shouldn't be sending. I shouldn't send game dialog escape. Let me remove that one. That's I mixed those two up. Game dialog escape should not be sent when we move now. This one probably. Yeah, this we don't want anymore. What else? What other places maybe? We don't want that one. Actually, I want a special one, don't I? If you hit escape while you're interacting with a box, it's kind of like closing the box. So we should do another one. End container interaction. Basically be explicit about it. And that's where we dispatch it. And that should go into the first. It needs to be defined up here, right? Right here. Define action end game interaction, and then we'll have our game interaction middleware handle that. Action types dot that on that, and it's going to look a lot like on game dialog escape. So I can kind of copy this and just paste it, and this is just end container interaction. All right, so let's start over again. So go down, look at the box, and then move. Pause the recording, and what do we see? A whole bunch of stuff. Okay, where did I do it? I don't know if we're actually looking at the correct Redux. Let me close that. Let's reload this. Sure. Okay, and then down, look at the box and move north. Pause recording. Okay, cool. I think I see the messages I'm expecting. So we look, and the game comes back and says begin the container interaction. There's what's in the box. We reflected that back into our Redux state. Then we sent to the game that we're not moving anymore. That's fine. Then we started moving, and we receive a message back, end container interaction, and we reflected that we're no longer moving. Okay, cool. That worked. So what happens now if I hit escape? Let's reload that again. And then I'll go look down and then hit escape. And then pause it. So the escape should have sent an explicit end. Oh, there it was. So there's where we began, and then here's where we told it we don't want to interact with that container anymore, and we received back that it's to stop interacting with the container. Nice. And then the other thing to test would be while I'm interacting with the container, actually let's look at the state now. If I'm not interacting with it, the look is empty for both the box and the player. If I begin looking, now when I refresh, the box's entity should be there, and then the player's entity should be there. Oh, cool. It worked. And then as soon as I move, I break that interaction, right? Yeah, that's empty now. So, excellent. So then I just need to actually show the inventory of the container here somewhere. Do I just want to put it under the normal character's inventory? For now, maybe. I kind of want to show the same tile as the actual container here, so that you have, so that you know that what you're that the boxes under here correspond to that treasure chest. But I think for now, just to get started, I'm just going to add boxes here to represent the container's inventory. So let's do that. We get that message begin container interaction, right? Begin container interaction. And we reduce that where? Here? No, we reflect it. And there was a message. I want to include that now. Just like on inventory. Right, so there's going to be something in that message that we care about. So message. So it'll be inventory, right? Did I just call it inventory? Container, right? Oh, it's in the message, isn't it? So I want receive message. I'm not going to be able to see it with that very easily. Let's just restart. Too many messages because of the particles being emitted off to the side. So go down and look at that box. Another thing I didn't test is what if I log out while looking at the box? The box is going to say I'm still interacting with it. I'll have to fix that later. Anyway, this receive message, right? What is the contents? It's inventory. Okay. So I'll just keep that then. It's kind of like the receiving the player's inventory. All right. And then that is being reduced here. But I also need to reduce it. Actually, can I just reduce it here? This is dialogue reducer. Why are we doing it here? This is the wrong reducer. I should probably make a separate reducer for container interactions, right? What has the inventory in it right now? Is that profile? No. Character? Character has inventory. Maybe we could have the character reducer have the container. No, let's just make a container reducer. Copy that. Call it container reducer. And then container reducer, need to add it to the index here. Import container from container reducer. Include it here. Container reducer. let's say interacting is the short word for it now. And then we'll have an empty inventory. And that's all we need for now, right? So we don't need this, but we use that one. Interacting is true inventory. So this will come from the, this will be similar to what I do in the character reducer. How do I, it's just action inventory? Okay. There we go. And then we don't need these. Hold on, I'm missing one, aren't I? Where does interacting get set to false? It's not. I need to add that. Reflect end container interaction, that becomes false. And we might as well clear that while we're at it. Actually, that's all I need in the reducer, isn't it? So all this other stuff is not needed. And then the DL dialog container no longer needs to worry about this interacting with container. Interact with container. Let me search for that. Interacting with container. Make sure nothing is using it. Okay, that's being used. Oh, right. So this is the one exception. If you hit escape, it's like a shortcut to stop interaction. So this now becomes container interacting. Reducers container interacting. Okay. And then we're going to the character panel where we normally show the player's inventory. Oh, that's no longer there? Oh, huh. Props we don't need anymore. Update avatar. We don't need it anymore. And what was the other one? Pick up item. We don't need that one? Oh, yeah, I removed that, so we don't need it. Okay. On update avatar. Don't need that one either. Alright, so is this not the one that has the inventory in it? Which one has the inventory? It is character has a sub-component called inventory. Or there's a separate React component called inventory. That's the one we want. Alright. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I want, oh, hold on. Maybe do I want it part of inventory? This takes care of dragging and dropping, right? And this has the equipment in it. Okay, so yeah, I want to include it in this. So we'll have an extra prop here. Container, I guess. Container. And then also, this is really container inventory. And then container is just a Boolean, right? Whether or not we're interacting. How about interacting with container? Interacting with container. So interacting with container should be there. Interacting with container is state.container.interacting. And then container inventory is state container inventory. All right, and so we're going to put equipment slots out there for that, right? All right, so this div holds the player's inventory, and this shows the player's equipment. So I want to nest this down another level, right? Because I want to show it underneath. Whereas this inventory is a row, I need another one that's a column, right? So let's do an inventory left. And that's a display flex direction column. And then there was a trick to add padding between them. I'm not going to worry about that. So that this inventory left is another div I want here. Class name equals that. And then put this one inside of that. So that should reload and not look any different. And then under here now, we're going to add another set of inventories. So this is, again, inventory tiles, right? And we're not highlighting them. So that's off. And this is not inventory, it's equipment inventory. And the slot descriptor, here's where I have to be careful. It's not kind items, it's kind container. And everything else is okay. Universal, how are you doing? How are you doing, Universal? How's the Eunice family? I'm in the midst now of adding something to the game, which is breaking the game so we can't see it. But I'm adding the ability to look at the inventory of treasure chests and other bags and containers and things that you might look at in the game. Oh, it's container inventory. That's why. All right. Container inventory. Okay, that's... So this is conditional, the second div then. So this one is interacting with container. If so, add this div. Otherwise, it's null. There. Now it should compile. I'm doing pretty good. So yeah, like this says, it took me 5 hours to get to this point, but now when I go over, walk my character around, if I look into the box, I can see the gold in the box. So the next thing would be, I should be able to try to move the gold out of the box, right? I want to grab that money. Doesn't work yet because it's sending a message to the game that says it wants to do it, but the game is going to ignore it for now. Where's that message? Move. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong Redux state, so it gets confused because I have two windows open. So let's try again. Open Redux state. Now look at the bag and try to grab the money. Now pause. So there should be a move inventory item from container index 1 to items index 2, right? So it should, if I find where that is, it should have sent a message to the game. Here we go. Send a message to the game, move inventory item from there to there, and the game is going to receive it and say, I don't know what container kind means. So that's the missing piece. If I add that, then I'll be able to move things in and out of a box. All right. So that's one of the last pieces, right? So we just accomplished this. The player can see the contents of a container on the character panel. So these last two kind of go together. Oh, thank you for that follow. To be able to drag them freely between them and to be... Oh, no, this is the harder one. This is the easier one. I'm going to do the easier one now. We should be able to move things in and out of the box. The harder one is if something in the box changes because of some other side effect. So I need to add like a new subscription system. So in other words, like we're looking at the box, right, and we see the money in it. Let's say the GM is a sneaky, greedy guy. I don't know why tigers would need gold, but let's say GM comes in and swipes the gold out of that box. We wouldn't see that change. It would still look like we have 271 coins in there until I tried to drag it out and the game would say, there's nothing in there for you to get. So we have to form a subscription with the game server to say, we're now looking at the box. Let us know if it changes. And that's going to be a little harder. Don't know if I'll have time to do that. Really, I should try to wrap things up because it's getting late for me. Let me get... I know what I'll do. I'll get this easy one done, and then I can say I got all of those done, and I'll leave that one for tomorrow. Yeah, sounds good to me. So, and I'm going to have one monster git commit at the end. Don't tell Adam. I usually tease Adam about not doing git commits enough, but I've gone the whole day without doing any git commits. Shh, don't tell. I like to tease Adam. I make sure he checks into git. It's the container kind we care about, right? So I'm going to look for kind. And here it is. All right. That's when we're looking it up. Okay, so kind itself will be a variable. Oh, wait a minute. Am I looking at the right thing? Oh, yeah. Okay, so this assumes it's part of the player, and that if there's a which, then we're looking at oh, this is wrong. Oh, no, this is correct. So it's kind is right now either inventory or equipment, which is good. The thing that's wrong will be if the which is equipment. Actually, what is out of curiosity, what does that message look like when I go between inventory and equipment slots? Pause. Oh, I had paused. Let's move back. And then pause again. So what does that move look like? Oh, from EQ equipment to items. So yeah, these should match the actual keys in this player here. There's an EQ and then an items. An EQ itself has got lists in it. So like if there's something in the main hand slot, I move that back and I did a refresh, then main hand has 7452 in it. Okay, so we're good. So this is where I would change it. So let me make a test for this, I guess. Do I have a test specifically for this function? That would be the best. I don't. I should make one. Yep, I should definitely make one. Let's make one now. A test for this function. This is in the coordinators ECS subsystem, so the matching test framework would be this file here. So let's make one. A new test. So I need 3 of them, right? We need lookup item slot inventory. Then I need 2 more. I need equipment, and then this would be the new one. How come I can't spell? The new one would be container. All right, so these 2 I should be able to get to pass right away, and this one will fail. So let's get the ones that should pass working. Right, add a test user, create a bunch of stuff, mobilize, that's all good. All right, so create a player. Okay, I don't actually need that, do I? Create a player entity, create a items. Let's put something in there, right? Sword or something. Actually, I have this elsewhere, don't I? I want to have something interesting about it. Search from the bottom. Oh, good night to you, bud. Thank you for being here. I'm almost done. Good night. I'm surprised that okay, here we go. Here's like when we get full information about an item, we have all these things in it, right? So the sword is an iron sword. There's 1 of it. It's a type main hand. And the sword has a tile in it. Okay, so then when we this is all the arrangement. I wanted to put that item into the player's inventory, and I like to put nulls before and after just to check that it's not the first one in the list. So the act, let's look up 2 slots from the inventory, one that's null and one that's not. So one would be slot 0, right? Is components look. Oh, do I not have access to that? Oh, I don't. How do I get access to that? It's not through the components either. It's through the ECS. It's coordinator. Right. Do I not have access to the coordinator? I do. Dot. Oh, I don't have a hook to get in here from the debugging environment. Okay, so let's make one. Just call it the same thing. And then in this case, I need to look up the player by ID number. So that's, oh shoot. So I need to make a player record too. So I need that test player and I need to change their character entity. So I need to do all this stuff. Let's do that right around here. Right, so that's redundant. That we can do here. And the look doesn't matter, right? All right, so we add a test user, create a player, create their items, oh, that's redundant. Associate the test user with the player. So then means this test user and the slot is what? Oh, that's the information we want to look up. So that's JSON object with the kind items. And then index 0 is slot 1, right? And then let's look at slot 0 and slot 1. And the assert is that you're gonna head off too? Start your day and whatnot? Well, thank you for hanging out for a while, Universal. Have a great day. So what do we expect for slot 0? Let's see, what do we do if it's empty? It's going to skip that, so it will be missing name, type, quantity, max quantity. Oh. It's just holding entity 0, right? Oh, no, hold on. It's the other way around, right? Holding entity is 0, but how do I show that? But one of these will be 0. Item entity will be null. Or item quantity will be 0. Yeah, any one of those will do. So we can say expect 0 for slot 0 dot item quantity. And for the other one, there is one thing there. And then we can also expect a few other things, right? We can expect that its name is Iron Sword. That's probably all we really need to... Well, let's check all of them. What are the other things? The type is main hand. What else? The tile and ID. We're not including that information. Are we? But these other things I should check. Yeah, so the holding entity should be the player number. So expect equal the player entity for slot 0 dot holding entity. What else? Component type should be player. Path should be items. And container is a copy of it. Okay, so that should be JSON array null sword entity null. Oh, that has a point PTR on it, doesn't it? That is the slot 0 dot container. And index will be 0. do I care about accepted item types right now? I don't really care. I'm not going to compare it. I think that's it for what I care about here. So for slot 1, it's much the same, right? It's again player entity, player items, except the index is 1 and there's something in it. Okay, so I need to do a couple things. This lookup slot needs to be exposed through the external API. And that means so does the type returned by lookup item slot. So where that is declared, where this type is defined. Oh, that's already public. Oh, nice. Okay, so I just need to make an external version of this. So coordinator.hpp. And this is a test method, right? So I can put it anywhere I want. Right, testing. So I guess I can just put it at the end. There we go. Putting it at the end. Construct information about a given item slot from the perspective of a given player. So this is really player ID, right? This is the identifier of the player whose perspective to from whose perspective to find an item slot, the descriptor of the item slot. That's exactly what I want. So I want, this is just int then. Int player ID. All right, and then we're going to implement that after the implementation of this. So that goes here. So this is coordinators lookup slot. And let's move this around by doing auto arrow there. A little trick I learned somewhere. And then we're going to get the lock and then call the, we're going to have to find it. So const auto player equals impl profile players get player ID. And then return impl ECS arrow or dot look up item slot player slot. Easy peasy. Linking, okay, and then run the test here. So this one should pass already. Doesn't know about the test. Run. Okay, what did I get wrong here? Wait a minute, why is it 0? Okay, it didn't work. It didn't work at all. Yep, the uptime matches. 5 hours, 18 minutes. Right there. You're probably reminding me that I should end soon, right? Okay, so it didn't work. Why? Let me see what happens when we get into here. From here. Player is valid. So then we go into here. Player ID is not 0. So it is building the slot info. So slot info does have stuff in it, right? Well, yeah, there's nothing in it. Item quantity is 0. And what's slot 1 have in it? Step out. A step out. Slot 1. Okay, it didn't see the item there, so why not? There's the item. Oh, wait a minute. That should be player. Okay, I did this completely wrong. That should be player. And one of the things that the player has is their items. Items. And then this. Yeah, that's what I did wrong. Pop-ups. Okay, what's the... that looks okay to me. What am I missing there? Oh, hello, kitty. Gonna make it up the top of the tower? Here he comes. Beast is back. Hi. Hi, kitty. Syntax error in parentheses here. Why? Looks good to me. Oh, wait a minute. And extra comma. That's what it is. Now's the time to redeem those points. Pet the cat. I feel like the cat deserves a pet for coming back. All right, run the test again. Yay. Okay, so that's inventory slots, and then equipment slots are similar. Let's test just one of them. The sword, we'll put the sword into the player's equipment. So the equipment is itself an object. And inside of that object, there are keys for the different types. So main hand has the array in it. Oh, it's been redeemed by C17R. Okay, we have to do it then. Hold on. I tried to get him to look into the camera lens, but he doesn't want to look straight up. Did you? I don't know if you saw it, but as I approached him, he went and he meowed at me, like a greeting kind of meow. All right, so yeah, so I hope that I did that well enough. C17R, thank you for redeeming those points. So okay, equipment. He's just sitting there. He's not even laying down. He's like looking at something. Thank you for that follow. Okay, equipment main. All right, so we're gonna look up the slot equipment, which offhand. So, oh, thank you for that other follow. So I'm changing slot 0 now to offhand slot. And we're going to change slot 1 to main hand slot. Oh, he's getting free pets from one of the kids. Okay, so this one will be kind EQ. And there's no index. Well, actually there is an index. But it's always 0 right now for equipment. It's main hand. All right, so offhand slot will be nothing, and main hand slot will be where the sword is. I think that's right. So that position the cat's in now is just the sitting down and chilling position. He fully curls up when he's sleeping. Run that. Oh, I messed it up somehow. Oh, I messed it up. Okay, what did I do wrong? We should add an empty... Oh, right. Wrong. The slots are like this. Offhand. null pointer there. Some of these other things are different too, right? It's not items, it's EQ dot, and this one would be EQ dot main hand, no, offhand. This is EQ dot main hand. Oh, and the slot index should be 0. Oh, my light got pulled out. My light got unplugged. Is anyone gonna fix my light? The outlet back there. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Oh, the expected what's in the container, the or arrangement of it is wrong. So we still get an array. But this will be null because there's nothing in the offhand slot. And this is the main hand has the sword in it. There we go. Did my mic get unplugged? No, my light got unplugged. There's a light over there that helps even out the lighting. It's not perfect. It's a trick that Ski Dog taught me. And it got unplugged. Light, yeah. Okay, down to one thing. So, if I get this implemented for the container, then this should just naturally work because this function is what locates all the things that need to be located. Ah, I see. Yeah. So container. We'll put the sword out there, but we need to actually have a container holding it, right? So there's a container entity, and there'll be a container component. We need a container entity, and it has an items. Actually, is it? I forget. What's in that entity there? Container items, yeah. It is an item, but it's also a container with items. So the items is an array in which we'll place the sword in the second slot of that box. And then I have to, when I create the player, the equipment and the items doesn't matter, but what does matter is that the player exists, right? I don't think it actually has to have anything in there. And we have to make a look, which has an array in which we put the container entity. That's the key. Whatever the player is looking at, if it's a container, then we'll look in its items when we do looking up slots. So this would be offhand slot becomes slot 0 again, and main hand slot becomes slot 1. Okay, the kind is container, which doesn't matter, and the index is back to 1, right? And then we would see that this type is not player anymore, it's container. The holding entity is not the player entity anymore, it's the container entity. The path is now items, and the slot is 1. There we go, that's what I want. Oh, this is different. This should be sword entity null pointer. For both of them. Oh. Went on a walk with the dog. Why didn't you go on a walk with the dog? Oh, doing homework. Okay. All right. Almost done for the day. I think all I really need to do is have lookup item slot work for containers, and then the rest of the code I wrote last week should just naturally allow it to work. Right, so it can't find anything in the container context, doesn't make sense to it. So This is here. This is where we have to do it, right? So I think I just need to make a special case for container. I still want to do that, but this depends, right? So we'll say if slot, actually let's get the kind out. If kind equals container, then slot info dot component type equals container. Else it is player. I just realized something else. I need to actually hard code player at this point, don't I? And then I might need to nest that with another function lookup. If it's the player component, we already have the items. If not, we have to do another call. So what if I make a function that completes this once it's given the container? So const auto complete is something that is given the container. What do I put in there? Oh, the slot info, right? Actually, don't even need any arguments. No, I need an argument. I need the actual container, or the what do we kind of call it? Yeah, I need two things, don't I? Actually, I don't know what I need. So I think I need container. What are we gonna call it? Oh, it should already be in the slot info. Maybe I don't need anything. I can just have a lambda that does the rest of this code here, which is all this stuff. Do all of that in here. So right now, this just gets completed by calling it here, complete. Oh, I suppose I want to do the complete in the same context as that. So right here. So set up what to do, and then do it. Should be no change so far. Okay, and then I can collapse this, right? So the difference would be, right, if the component type is not player, if slot info dot component type is not equal to player. Actually, there's two possibilities. It's either not the correct component, or the entity is not the same one. So the entity would be stored where? Am I doing that incomplete? Storing it last, maybe? Holding entity. Okay, I need to have a temporary that starts with that. Actually, it should be up here, actually, really. It can go inside here. So, sure, we can say, I need to declare it here, though. So maybe int holding entity. And then we would set it to that if it's for the player. Where would I set that? I could set it here if or set it up here. What if I just initialize it to that? Actually, I need to do it up here. I don't know what I'm thinking. This should be done here. If kind is container, then holding entity is not that. That is true, though. Initialize. So if it's container, I have to actually look it up from the player. So the holding entity is actually the container And I have to do that inside another lambda. Hey there, Zensei. Going okay. Doing the part of the game where we are if you choose to like open up this box and it shows the contents here, being able to correctly move stuff out of the box. So the server needs to be told if I want to move from the container slot 0 to the inventory slot 1, that when I say container slot 0, it has to look up, well, what container in the game is the player interacting with, then look up that container. So that's what I'm doing right here. If we're going to interact with the container, the type is container, and then I need to do another lookup to find the entity number. Actually, no, the entity number is, yeah, I need to do another lookup. So that would be, let's initialize it to 0 here. We would need to do another lookup of the player's look component to find this. So find the look of the player's entity. Int entity const JSON value look component. And if we get into here, then the holding entity is the look component 0. The first element in the player's look array will be the container that they're looking at. And if that doesn't exist, and then so we need to do a check here. If it's 0, that means they're not holding anything. So if holding is 0, then we're going to do an early return, right? Like what does this complete do? Is it just return? Yeah, just return. So we just return. That means they're not actually interacting with a container. So if they are interacting with a container, then we need to look up that container and then call complete. So that means that complete is called from either here or here. And this is looking up the contents of the container. So the container, oh, I already have that. I can just use that, right? And the holding entity. And then yet another level. And let's call it this one, let's just call this one holding container. Okay, and then what did complete need? Maybe I don't need a lambda. Because I can just, well, no. Okay, I think I need, instead of player component to show up, I think I need to actually pass this an argument. Const JSON value holding entity, holding component. And then use that instead of player component. Yes. Right, it's exactly what I want. So that's very generic, so it'll work. So it finds the container in the holding component, gets the path, accepted types and all of that. Make sure it's an array. Make sure the slot index is in range. Looks up the entity, or the item entity itself to fill in the details there. And then only when it gets to here will it update the holding entity. So here's where I need to actually say holding entity. And that is initialized here to 0, but we hold off from calling complete until we get down into here. So the difference between here and here is this will be player component, and here it will be container component, holding container. So that goes in here. There we go. So if we don't get into here, like the container doesn't exist anymore, it will end up just returning slot info out. So basically return all the way out. It won't have set the holding entity. So this should work. And some other time I'll refactor it so I can read it. All right, let me make sure I didn't break the existing test. So this test should still work. This test should still work. All right. And this final test is the new one. And it didn't work. But it could have not worked for many different reasons. Let's debug it and find out. So it will eventually reach here, right? So I will run this in the debugger. Oh, I didn't need that lookup. Continue. Okay, so we're going to look up the player first. So we're going to enter this visitor. And then we define the complete function. So the kind is container, so it's going to go in here. It's going to find the look component. So it found the holding entity. Holding entity is 2. So then we're finding the component type, so the container component of the container. And the holding container is an object, so we're going to go into this lambda next. The slot is... Oh, the slot has a which, right? No. So what's the kind? Oh, oh, this is wrong. That's wrong. It's not kind, it's items. It's always items. Yes. Kind, where is kind interpreted? Way down here, right? If kind is container. Otherwise, kind is going to be either equipment or items, right? Okay, so I should interpret that here. It's not going to be called kind anymore. It's going to be what? Key? Key is the best name I can come up with. So we'll use key there. And then I need to interpret what is key. So for a normal player, the key is the kind. But for a container, the key is always items. There we go. Too big. All right. Hey, it passed. All right. Did it pass the other tests? So if this works, I can try it out in the test environment now. All right, let's try it out. Build or release build here in Visual Studio because it's just convenient to do it here. Don't need Visual Studio for this, the IDE. I just find it convenient. And once that's built, I will restart the game test environment. And that should be all I need to do. So maybe I should just prepare a git commit right now while it's building, so I'm not wasting time here. So I can add this independently. This goes with this. So add test hook for looking up item slots or really for testing look up item slot. And then what else is separable? Encode item, set system hook. So let's do this one first. Stage lines. So that goes with what? Components. This one. This one. Stage that hunk. So this is add components encode item. What happened there? How that blank line not get included? Yeah, include that blank line. Does that actually... This actually might be dangerous. Oh, no, this is in the impl. Never mind. Oh, then this doesn't match the other one. So there are 2 levels then. This would have it too. Yep. Okay, so we're adding that. And then also this one would have something way down here at the bottom. Here. Got it. Okay, so those are 2 pairs then. Add components encode item. Actually, let's just say add encode item to component. Why can't I type today? Components and its implementation. All right, next. Okay, that's done building. So let me go back to testing. Update and then serve. Can you explain the stage notion in Git and when to usually use it? I like to use the stage concept to, when I made a whole bunch of changes that are different from each other, like this one just adds look.cpp, I could stage that, and when I commit, then it's only going to make that part of the commit and not the other changes I made. So it's like you made a bunch of changes and you want to actually put them into Git as separate commits because they changed different things. If I didn't care, if I just want to check everything in one monster commit, I would just stage everything and make one commit. But I like it to be a little bit cleaner because then when I'm looking at individual commits, it's just one thing that I'm changing and not like 3 things at once. So like if you change 3 things at once and then you found out, well, the second thing you didn't really want to do, you'd have to kind of like detangle that second change from the 3. But if you've already done that at the start by staging it as 3 separate commits, then you just revert the middle commit and you don't touch the first or the third commit. So it just makes it cleaner in the long run if you end up using the Git history. If you never use Git history, if you're always just committing to Git just to upload it to GitHub, then all this doesn't matter. You don't have to stage anything. You just commit everything that is needs to be changed. The stage is what goes into the commit when you hit commit. That's all that staged means. If it's unstaged, that means when you do a commit, it won't be added in. Unless you do a special flag on the command line like -A, which means to basically add everything unstaged onto the stage before committing. Hope that makes sense. The other way to think of it is stage changes. It says here will commit. Stage changes is a special diff that's constructed that ready, you're just waiting to pull the trigger. The commit pulls the trigger. It takes that diff and applies it to the database. Whereas unstaged, there is no diff set up at all. Every time you run the GUI, it's going to reconstruct the unstaged change diff. Whereas the stage changes is already pre-constructed and ready to go. So you'll find the stage inside Git's database. Unstaged is not in Git's database, which has one important thing about that is that if you were to mess up in Git, if it was in the stage, you're more likely to not lose it. If it was unstaged and you messed up, like you did a git reset hard, whatever, you'll probably lose it. So I like to put things on the stage sometimes when I want to like a little bit of extra insurance that I won't accidentally lose it. It's only a little bit of insurance because you can still mess up the stage, but if you were to delete all the files by accident, but you didn't delete your .git folder, I believe you can recover what's staged. Obviously what's checked in also. So the little differences between staged and unstaged like that. System hook, this deserves its own commit, right? So let me find, the system hook would be in here, right? Yeah. That hunk and this one. And this one. So add a special testing hook for detecting game events. All right. This is all new. Maybe I should just check everything else in together. Because everything is working towards enabling players to interact with containers. Yeah. Let's just check it all in. And I'll kind of enumerate things as I go. What's this one? Oh, new reducer. Okay. All right, so this is all enable players to interact with containers. So just running through this. So expand or extend, not extend. Improve. What's the right verb? Add code to lookup item slot that will locate container slots of containers with which players are interacting. That's this change. That's pretty massive. And code item got moved. So remove old copy of encode item. And all right, use new encode item from components. Okay, have executor give a clue about when player characters get moved. Get moved. Have coordinator use the executor's clue about player characters being moved to break container interactions. Basically, if you get teleported away or if you choose to move away from the treasure chest, you can no longer interact with it. And so, right, add explicit end container interaction message from client when they no longer want to interact with a container. And then what else? Okay, add look component to players. So this tracks which containers the player is with which tracks the containers with which the player is currently interacting. Currently, the player is assumed to only be interacting with 0 or 1 container. This is a bit of hard coding here. I don't know if I'll ever need to change that. I don't know if it makes sense to interact with 2 boxes at the same time. Maybe. I'll deal with that later. Okay, that's just moving that stuff around. And what was that again? Oh, that's just a little bit of refactoring. That's instead of telling the player that we're beginning, we actually invoke it as a system. Okay, so this is that involves tell the player the contents of a container when they begin interacting with it. Yeah, I could separate all of these separate changes into different commits, but I really should have made commits as I was working, but it's a little too tangled for me to want to do it right now. All right, do I need to say anything about this? Add begin container interaction and end container interaction game events, which the look system uses to form and break interactions between players and containers. All right, added the. Oh, this was enhancing. Oh, okay. I already set that up here, right? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, so enhance coordinator ECS tests to track when game system events are published. So we use that in one of the tests. All right, a bunch of test cases. And then the corresponding front end changes. I think those are self-explanatory to me. Oh, I guess we can say add a container reducer to handle container state rather than having the dialog reducer do this. All right. That's pretty good. We'll just commit that. One master commit, and I'll even garbage collect and push that, even though I probably shouldn't because there are probably still bugs, but that's okay. We'll just fix the bugs in other commits. So, here's the moment of truth. Look down. Ooh. Okay. I got the gold out of the container, but the missing thing I haven't done today is what causes it to still show the gold in the box. Players should be told about changes to the container or its items. We're not told about it, so if I walk away from the box and look back in, it'll be empty. If I put my money in there, it looks like my money disappeared, right? But if I go and look at it again, there's my money. So we can move stuff in between the box and our inventory. Can I move my sword to the box directly? This should work too. Cool. There it is, and I can move it straight into my equipment. Okay, so the last thing I'm not going to do today because it's more complicated is I needed to have the game server let us know when the contents of the container changes. Also, I need to do some prettying up. Like, it should show like maybe a picture of the chest here with the name saying ornate treasure chest or whatever the name of the box is. And maybe with a border around it so that it's obvious that when you're looking at the box, that this is what the box has inside of it. But the raw mechanics of moving to and from work, except for the publishing of these updates. I also don't have a way to split a stack, now that I think about it. Would that be like maybe a shift left click? Maybe. I'll have to figure that out. No way to split a stack right now. Well, the other thing that doesn't work yet is if I refresh. I bet the game still thinks I'm interacting with that box, right? Yeah. But the client doesn't know that until we move, and then it's gone. So that's two things I need to fix next time. We'll put that under to do. To do. Still need to let player know when container contents change, and to do player container interaction should end when player client connection is closed. Same thing like how you're logged out by it, or taken out of a dialog by default. It should also take you out of container interaction if you log out or you refresh the client or something. Anyway, I think that's about it for me. I've been going for 6 hours, 1 hour longer than I thought I would do, but I'm kind of happy. I can put things in the box now. Let's put these fireworks in the box. Now they're in the box. And I haven't tested it, but I could have several boxes here. I could even pick up that box and it would be in my inventory. I'd have to put the box down to interact with it right now. But in the future, I want to have it so you could have a bag in your inventory, and when you look, you could interact with the bag directly, and it would, even though you're holding the bag, it would still show the bag's contents and be able to drag things in and out of it. So I'll do that eventually. I'm going to go raid someone now and go get something to eat. following. So I'm very happy that you were here to watch me work on this. I'll be back tomorrow. What's my schedule tomorrow? What does my calendar say? I should be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. my time, which is 1900 hours UTC, for another 4 hours of this. And I might be on later to do gaming on my gaming stream. I'm going to go raid Adam. So Adam, of course, is Adam13531. And he's developing a game called Botland. I don't know how much longer he'll be streaming, but let's go raid him. I think you'll enjoy this channel. Here we go. Yeah, I have a gaming stream, so Mr. Muffles, if you want to see me play games, it's Raimu Games. It's an experiment to see if I should have another game stream or put it into this one, or whether I should stream games at all. So it's still an experiment, so things may change. But anyway, I've been Raimu, and I hope you've enjoyed this little bit of development on my game, and I will see you later. Thank you very much. Bye.